Welcome to the middle of the week. Here we go. We're going to do number 4 as our tray. Okay, first one, 19. Juicy peaches, 17. Chicken feet, 1. And that's the cake. 25. Eggs and toast, 7. Fried rice, and 13. The intestines. All right. First offer is some fresh ginger, but no. All right, 16. Puffy fish, 20. Zucchini salad, 5. Tomato pizza, and 22. And 11. Eyeless fish. All right. Next offer coming. Bubble tea, but no. All right, 3. Bunny cake, 15. Cigars, 18. Almond bun. There's the first of our 2 bonuses. Oh, this might be good. 8 is the onions. Alright, let's see how good of a round this was, plus the 70,000. Oh, look at that. We're right up to the Semifredo. But no. 21. Daikon, 14. Chicken, 10. The spicy meatballs. Right. Let's see what that next offer is going to be. There's the Semifredo again. But still no. Might as well open 26. 9. The wing stew. Alright, the offer. Dynamite. You know what? I will be kind enough and take it. What was on the tray? Some salty oysters, but hey, at least I'll be enjoying that tonight. Alright, 2 days to go until the weekend. So come back tomorrow to see what other exciting meal we've got. Till then, we'll see you next time. It is Thursday. We're almost to the end of another crazy work week. Let's do 14 as our platter. And we're going to do 13. Vomit bun, 22. Roast lamb, 6. Chicken feet, 4. There goes the crusty apple dessert, 25. Fresh chicken, and 16. Fried rice. Alright. Chef Andre, you got the first offer for us? And there it is, discount lasagna. But no to that. Okay, number 9. Salty oysters, 20. Bunny cake, 1. Fresh garlic, 7. There goes the eggs and toast, and 18. It's the tomato pizza. Alright, next offer is... no, this pasta thing. Okay, 8. Mushrooms, 15. Spicy meatballs, 21. Zucchini salad. And there is the first of our 2 bonuses. Not going to be good. 23 is the puffy fish. Let's see what the $60,000 deduction did. We're down to a custardy bun. But no. Okay, 5. Cinnamon bun, 19. Daikon, 17. The intestines. That was a great round. That was a great round. What is the offer? Semifredo. Okay. But no. Alright, 10. That was the cake. There go the peaches. Alright, well, We're not going to get the Semifredo again. So we might as well just go ahead and finish it off. So and we're going to keep getting bubble tea now. The only hope is that the cheesesteak ends up on my plate. No. 2. There go the cigars. Oh, yes. All we just have is $200 on the left side. Next offer is this again. And 11. And that was the cheesesteak. Ah, that's unfortunate. Final offer is no. I don't want a fresh prickly cactus on my plate. What am I gonna get? Some eyeless fish. Well, yeah, not gonna be that delicious, but hey, maybe something delicious tomorrow to close out the week. Well, come back tomorrow and find out. It's Wednesday. We're at the center of the week. Let's get rolling with number 5. Okay, left side. Alright, left side, $32, other side, nothing. Okay, number 11. What's on the right? $66,000, no solution. 16. Let's do the left side. $2, otherwise nothing. Alright, 7. To the left side. $2,000 and there's random 2. Alright, 21. Okay, right side. There's the double of money. There's 16,000. We find to add a 1, then add a 0, I'm stopping. Or both. There's the add a 0. Okay, well, now we gotta survive these last 2 floors in the round. $500, there's $250. Alright, number 20. We have over $11.3 million. Add a 1. Okay, random. There's the dollar. I mean, that's a lot of money. You know what? I'm not risking it. I'm gonna walk away from the tower, be done. Let's just see the board. Where was everything else? Where was that at? It was floor number 1. Wow, the top 2 deduction cards on floor 10. There's the 25, there's the 50, there's the million, there's the game over card right there. Well, what a game. We'll be back tomorrow to hopefully win another payday like this, and until then, we'll see you next time. Hey everyone, it's nostalgia time once again, and welcome to part 2 of the Asus mini-series. I've got 5 more Asus models to take a look at. However, the fifth one will not be until a little later. So, first we have an OEM copy of XP Tablet PC Edition in Italian. Next, we have the Asus X54H, which comes in a ghost file, which is why I am booting into Mini XP. And I didn't put the disk in this one. There we go. And then the other one is a copy of Disney NetPal. I thought it worked off camera. Okay. So the other one then being Asus's special edition of machine, known as the Disney NetPal. We'll go ahead and we'll just format this partition, and I did get it correct. The Tablet PC edition is based off of XP Professional. So the Disney NetPal is actually going to come with some special themes and programs and everything like that. So it's a specially branded line of Asus netbook. But on here, it's just a standard retail installation. So nothing else special to see. Except my channel name looks weird. Over on the NetPal, it is 75% of the way done. And yep, we have a really tall start menu. And when we open up the properties, this is actually XP Professional. I thought it was the Tablet PC edition from what I've read. That's interesting. It comes with a clean copy of Service Pack 3 of XP Pro, so nothing really special to see here. And there's the Asus branding, US of course, and I will switch it to 764 when that's done. And again, because this is 2009, it comes with Service Pack 3 of XP Home. This is at a time when netbooks were still including a decade-old version of Windows. Well, almost a decade-old version, because they weren't powerful enough to run even the newest OSs, not even the starter edition of Windows 7. Or were these the only option, or did these also come in a starter edition as well? So here is the NetPal. You can see everything setting up here. We have the Found New Hardware wizard. And there is the massive looking start menu. Once again, we have the larger icons. And this is Service Pack 3. So, the Disney NetPal here, it comes in a special program. This is a special parental control function where you can set restrictions. If a child were using this, then parents could set restrictions on what websites they could visit, what programs they can open, and anything else like that. I have to set a master password before closing. Okay. I see the Genuine Advantage notification is also installed. But let's see what else we have. And we've got a lot. So we have Ace's Vibe, which I've never seen. Yeah, connect to the servers because not only is it pretty old, but yeah, because not only is it pretty old, but it also so not only is that piece of software pretty old, but it probably doesn't even work anymore because they shut down the servers a long time ago. And I wonder what that was. There's the ACES update thing. We have a data sync tool, which I believe, of course, is where you go to sync your data with a backup or on the cloud. The eStorage tool, the hybrid engine, and we have a special messenger program on here, Easy Messenger. I'm guessing it's sort of like a variant of like Facebook Messenger. And then Font Resizer is this is like a quick access to resizing the fonts on the system. So this is of course where you go to resize the fonts. You can see instead of saying please wait, it just removes all the colors, turns it black and white, and then there we go. There's the larger file size that I requested, and we can go back to normal. So let's go ahead and give this guy another try. Oh, I never plugged my drive in, didn't I? Alright, trying the restore again with a 60 gig drive this time. Anyway, now back to the NetPal. So that's it for that menu. Next up we have Disney's Mix Central, which is a branded media player or everything. So yeah, you can listen to music, view pictures and videos on the device. So it's like an alternative to Windows Media Player, I suppose. And then Pix 3.1, I'm guessing this is a third-party paint program. The application needs a minimum resolution of 1024 by 600 to run, which we can set in settings. So we'll set it to 1024 by 768. All right. Let's see if it runs now. So we have a registration page that redirects to the DigiBlue domain, which no longer exists. So So apparently the site no longer exists. So while that loads, we'll go to... So it looks like some of the games have actually been put into recommended applications here. Pretty neat. So what this is of course we can look through pictures and we can add effects and everything like that. Or let's see if I can add some of the default ones. Export album to a video. Open an album. So we can go to import, which doesn't seem to do anything. Because isn't it supposed to open up a window where I can get the stuff? Yes, yes, indeed. So go to my PC. It's like quick access. Yeah, that's essentially what this is. It's a picture. It's a photo editor tool. So we're sorry. PIC needs to be closed because of an error. You should be able to restart the program normally in a moment. If this continues, please check the help file. Interesting. That's like another alternate to XP's default message when a program unexpectedly crashes. Let's see. We also have Disney's online games. And of course, this is where you go to, I believe, play games online. And then there's also the Radio Disney service, which I don't think even exists. I'm guessing it's like a radio station of hit Disney songs or songs from various Disney franchises. And then we have the Easy Bits Fun Cam, which of course uses the webcam. It's like what was it? Photo gallery in iOS. And then there's a third-party internet browser. This is a custom web browser, like an alternate to Internet Explorer, or it is based on Internet Explorer. But then here's an alternate to the mail program that's already installed. Of course, this is where you go to check your email and everything. And then this is a alternative to File Explorer, except we can see it only labels stuff under My Documents, as the standard Explorer goes through the entire system with the e-storage device, the e-drive, the recovery partition, the main C drive, and of course the user documents and everything like that. And then we have Game Park. I see Chicken Invaders 2 is already installed by default. Oberon Media. Isn't that a name we've heard of before? I mean, that name became very relevant on the Acer miniseries, you know, when we were looking at all those Acer things. And yeah, here's the only game that's installed. Let's see if we can even run it. Chicken Invaders The Next Wave. Of course, you get a 60-minute demo. I've seen this game before. I believe it's even included on that XP Gold 2016. I don't know if I should call it bootleg or fan project. Gosh. The Next Wave. Let's just skip the opening. The cursor is already screwed up. That can't be good. I can't even go to hit quit. Save the world. The cursor is literally a fork. If I could get the cursor to the thing. I can't even move it up. Can't even move it up and down smoothly. I have to go like super slow. Okay, forget it. Forget it. I can't even launch the I can't even do anything on the game. Because of how messed up that cursor is. But otherwise, there's the default games. Office 2007 and Works are also included. We also have, I believe, Disney's variant of the download manager. I know if you're downloading stuff from the internet, this is, of course, where you go to check on its status, where you want to save the files to, and everything else like that. Now, of course, on modern browsers, it starts by downloading things to the downloads folder by default, but then you could change it to, ask where you want to save it each time. So that's really how I have my browser set up. There's Skype on here, and I believe this is where that Disney theme comes from. It's using a program called Hyperdesk. So we click restore. This will restore the default XP theme. Because it is supposed to bring up a custom. It says it's supposed to bring up a custom theme, icon set, and background. So there we go. After it closes, it'll bring back the default Luna background that we've just had. And there we go. Now we have the default. And now, when we click apply HyperSuite, this will apply the Disney theme again. It's supposed to do an icon set, which it doesn't look to be doing. Oh, there we go. So now we have the custom Disney branding, replacing the Windows logo. And now we have the custom branding. We didn't get it initially, but now we've got it. So, looks pretty nice. I actually like this look. See, the task manager is like all blue, and we have this really cool start menu, and even the turn off computer options have some different icons. Again, the Disney logo. I wonder if this changes the welcome screen in any way. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and close the game from the task manager and the game part console too. Yeah, just end the program. There we go. Now let's see. So nope, the welcome screen remains the same. Oh wow, these are really neat themes, I gotta say. We've also got Live Essentials here. What's this VCM? This is for Windows Media Video Compression. Adobe Reader 8 is on here, and that's really all there is. Let's see how the Explorer menu looks with all this now. But we can see that my Network Places icon has not changed. Oh wow! See, we have like a portable DVD drive, and I see the hard disk icon is literally the inside of a mechanical hard drive. So local disk C and D, and then like a Disney labeled documents. There's the music icons, and and we can go to My Personal Documents, and then it also wrote a Disney themed file, so you could apply the theme at any time. And nothing special about this otherwise. We have some custom music icons. Aren't these supposed to open in Media Player? Though it is supposed to open, so it does open Media Player. However, because this is a newer version of Windows, or more specifically with the Genuine Advantage notification, Media Player will not open until this copy of Windows is activated. And that actually isn't the case now with newer versions of Windows. I mean, even on Windows 7, even if you don't activate Windows 7, you can still run Media Player. I did not know Media Player 11, the last Media Player release for Windows XP, was restricted without activating the system. But then, of course, finally here, this link, of course, opens up Disney's website. So, nothing special to see there. And I think there are also, I think I saw there was also a blue theme too. This is just some links here about Hyperdesk, frequently asked questions. You can open the website. You go to skinfactory.com. You can get some additional skins for this program if you so choose. And then, of course, from there you could restore the default Luna theme in XP. So I gotta say, this is actually a lot more feature. This is a lot more feature intensive than the Nickelodeon netbook we looked at in the Dell miniseries. So that's it for the netbook. So let's go ahead and shut it down. And I don't think it comes with any default sounds or anything like that. Yeah, as I expected. Alright, so while the restore of this was successful, it took over 2 hours to do. It doesn't look like it wants to boot into Startup Repair. I can obviously tell this is Windows 7, and even after I did the Ghost file in XP, now it looks like it does not want to start. And not even the Startup Repair works because it's just gonna air out, so... So here is the last Asus machine. What's interesting here is that there's this Asus animation at the top, which is something I have not seen be done in an out-of-box experience before. Well, I think they were one of the first manufacturers to do such. And again, because this is a netbook, it shipped with Service Pack 3 of XP Home. We'll go ahead and skip the computer name. Skip no to that. We'll use this device. And finish. And no reboots, right to the desktop. So here it is. This is Service Pack 3, as it states right here. And from what it looks like, Nothing else too special because I didn't provide any sort of documentation or anything like that for the software, but we do get the special ASUS background, so that's pretty cool. And so with that, that will officially complete part 2 of the ASUS mini-series. In the next episode, we are going to be officially topping it off with the machines from the modern days of Windows 8, 10, and 11. So this is going to be a fun one. You don't want to miss it. But until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Alright, Thursday. We have made it to the end of the week, so let's get started. 16. Alright, let's do the right side. $125,000 in I was about to say 4 number 1, mix up my words, but we're going to go to 5. And look at the left side. There's nothing. Other side, 33,000. 12. Left side. Random 4. 21. Show me what's on the left. Lose half. Otherwise 16,000. 9. Right side, nothing there. The other side, we would have lost it all. And we would have started this round from scratch. And let's do 10, right up above. Right, left side, lose 25, $4. And already there's only one deduction card left, and that's the lose 75. Right side. There's the out of one. There's $1,000. Now we're back to 6 figures. Let's find that million and then add a 0, and I will definitely be satisfied. $2,000, and there's the 250. Alright. Number 7. Right side. Add 75%, otherwise $8. Okay, number 2. What's on the right? Lose 75%, otherwise $8,000. Alright, 20. Be a good number. Let's do the left side. There goes the X level, and there's the $1 million. Okay. Right side of 11, $2. Other side, random 1. Okay, number 8. Left side, double, and there's random 3. And now that all the deduction cards are gone, we're just going to go ahead and build our bank with the remaining floors until we hit that game over card. Let's do 15. Left side, $500 and 64. Alright, number 4. right side, nothing there, $16. 6. Left side, 32 and a quarter of a million. Add a zero. $66,000, $4,000. Add a zero, that game over card. Left side 13, 125, and there was the game over card. Alright, last floor. Either we'll be adding a zero or random 2. It's a random 2. And there's the add a zero. So we finished today with only 229,883. Not too bad for the day. That's very nice. So we will be back again tomorrow with some more, but until then, we will see you next time. Alright, it's the middle of the week. Let's get rolling. First is a 6. We'll do the 5 and the 1 off the board. Alright, next roll. It's an 8. Let's clear the 6 and the 2. Okay, next roll. It's a 7. Let's clear the 4 and the 3. Alright, next roll up is a 7 again. 8 and 9, just like that, are all that's left. There's a 7 once again, 3 in a row, and that cost us the first game. Well, we're going to try again in game number 2. Let's hope for the best. First roll is a 10. Let's do the 8 and the 2 off the board. Next roll, it's a 10, and it's a double. So we're going to take off the 9 and the 1. Okay, next roll, the 9. We'll do the 5 and the 4. Alright, next roll, it's a 10. Alright, 3 chances to see a 6. There's a 7. There's the 6. Now that's how we end the show. I really like that. Can we repeat it tomorrow? Come back then and find out. Until then, we will see you next time. Hey, we had a $10,000 win to end yesterday's show. Let's see if we can do it this time. First roll is a 4, and we'll do the 4. Alright, next roll, it's an 11. We'll do the 8 and the 3. Board. Okay, next roll, it's a 2. And we'll do that by itself. Of course, that's the only way we can take it off. There's a 12. 6, 7, and 5. Well, 6, 1, and 5, I mean. 7 and 9 are all that remains. There's the 9. 3 chances at a 7. And we did it again. 2 $10,000 wins in a row. Can we do it for a third time? Let's find out in game number 2. First roll is a 9. Let's do the 8 and the 1. Alright, next roll. It's an 8. Let's do the 6 and the 2. Alright, next one. It's a 7. We'll take it naturally. Next one. It's another 7. This is the only way now we can take it off. 5 and 9 are all that remain naturally. There's the 5. 1 chance to see a 9. There's a 6. We get another roll. There's a 7. Well, the dice finally want to beat us out after winning $10,000 twice in a row. The first game of this show and the end of yesterday's show. But can we win the $10,000 again tomorrow? Hopefully $20,000 even. That would be wonderful. But until then, we'll see you next time. in Fairview Park in Ohio. Wow. All right, good afternoon, everyone. The Sox and the Brewers are about to throw the first pitch and get the ball game started here. That's special things coordinator. Yeah, I'm in the middle of watching Pictionary right now, as you can hear. That is today's word. Just right now. All right. So I've been thinking about some things we could possibly do here, but I do need to make a quick change to the document for tomorrow. There we go. Okay. So as the Sox get started here, now I'm not sure if we're gonna do Minecraft today or just cancel it altogether and wait to get back to it next week. Yeah, a bit of rain on and off, but otherwise it's been pretty good weather. Yep, the home white. So we are at home today, this afternoon. Yep. Yeah, we've been getting a bit of sunlight today. Actually, a lot of times throughout the day. Yeah, in fact, as it has been kind of going on and off. And before I talk about this thing here, we'll go behind the scenes of everything that happened. From last night you know, as we go through the afternoon. But first, let's talk about what happened last night after we left the air. Well, oh, I have yet to check and see if a Verizon went. Because there was one particular Verizon cluster I have not checked yet. Now I probably could do that while Pictionary's on a commercial, but if I hit play on it at any time, and yeah, I hate it when it does that. There we go. Then I'll go to because as some of you may know, there is only one Verizon cluster left after.
has been a concern of late for our pitching. A lot of free passes. We're going to have to tighten that up once again. It'll bring in Jackson Fury.
There was the message warning me that Windows would shut down because I scheduled an automatic shutdown of the machine after. Now, VHO 11's the last Verizon on the list, just like last week, so I'm checking to see if they went last night at any point before the machine automatic before the time reached to automatically shut down. I'll give it a second for everything to load. So
Tuesday, three hits from Fury. He's incredible. We're thinking about him going back in time when you think about bringing the captive money because they're going to ball and strike. Somebody's going.
and I think there was something else I forgot too. See if I can screen record a screen mirror. This one went offline like right as it happened.
They want to get the fans right on top of the action. So they take more than anything forward to the home place than ever before.
And just like last week, VHO 11 did not want to test. Yay, the WX Archive page is back up and running. But yeah, the logger pretty much tells everything, so.
He's not trying to push the issue. This man was calling today. He's thinking about driving the win, not overseeing. 3 hits and 4 walks.
See what kind of craziness we can endure like this. Oh gosh.
Corner football. Working with Esther Carroll. Wisely. Interesting is how he's being taught to put these lefties. They came in against him.
Let's add a few more sound effects to it. Oh my god. And here's our first warning of this event. I did plan the whole logger out this time. That's anyway, as it goes here. That's anyway, as it goes here. I did take care of those discussion things, but also last night I was debating as to whether or not I was going to take care of the final for the wireless foundations course, but ultimately I said no to that and I'm just choosing to wait. But right as I finished the discussion stuff, I noticed that the final exam got a grade straight away. And at the same time, I was confused. I was very confused. How could the final exam already be graded when I haven't even taken it yet? Because it's not due until. Because as it says, the thing is not due until. As in my case, it says it's not due until next Thursday, the 8th. So I have a week to. So I have a week to do it. So I have a week to do it. So this is one of the objectives I'll be doing. This is one of my. This will be one of the remaining assignments I'll take care of next week.
And look at the grand slam as it is. They don't score. We head to the bottom of the first. Nothing. On the Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. And Winthrop, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Winthrop Community Bank, you're not just playing the season.
As I was saying, the but but then when I was thinking about it, as I said, I have a week to get it in, and this will be one of the things I'll have to get done next week. As although the college says the final exam week is the 12th, it seems like all my classes are getting final exams a week earlier than what the college says. Now, the thing about this final for the wireless course, so the thing is, for the wireless course, they wrote the they wrote the final. He wrote the final exam into Canvas. So that is one thing I'll be taking care of next week. Now I saw one final module come up for the HTML course, but it's not going to show up until next week. But I'm not sure if a final exam is going to show up in that course too. But then Cybit, the last two assignments I need to take care of then is that skills project, which is due on the 11th, and the final exam, which is due on the 14th. So what I'll probably do is I will just try to complete multiple things. Multiple things. Try to complete multiple things in like one day, just to sort of reduce the the amount of stress that I, you know, put upon. Yeah, I heard that thing right after.
Career extra base hit for my drop, and for every
Water power. Wow.
the dollars, the Stanley dollars. Generation 8, Austin, Texas, 40%
All right.
alcohol by volume.
So, so here's what I was thinking. For Monday, I'll take care of the Cyber Skills project.
He had 300 plus guests in attendance for his first career start in Milwaukee on April 1st, playing a ground ball pulled foul. We're in Crown Point with the Hebron High School. Less than an hour drive.
One final module for HTML course, if and when that does go up. And then I think that leaves us with the final exam for SciBit, which is in Cisco. But then, of course, there's that course feedback that I need to do first before that page opens up. So, okay. Now, if I continue up the list, you can see those videos right there. You can tell by those videos I have officially begun production on season 3 of The Bowling Train, like I had promised earlier in the week. As I promised earlier in the week, I was going to begin production on the show, but with the severe weather event on Monday starting much earlier than expected, or was it Tuesday? Whatever day it was, I was going to get to it, but I never got to it. Or was it Or was it? No. No, it wasn't yesterday. Yesterday was Wednesday. So then it was Tuesday. So it was Tuesday then. So it was Tuesday. So yeah. I was going to get to it on Tuesday, but I never got that far. So as I said, I finally got around to production on it today. I'm very glad I did. And they finally fixed it so it doesn't have duplicates of information. So
There's no such thing as saying, yeah, that was too close. Just check it out, part of to be back safely.
FMT went this morning.
Side on the slider. Like that take by Robert. Yeah, me too. The ball upper body kind of moving that way, but fine. The hand never went too far forward, which is a good sign. The 2-1 pitch. in the dirt on a slider. Actually, no, they would pop cleanly down near the playing surface. That's Eric Haas catching. 3-1. And I know it didn't hit the dirt because
All right, back. Yep, we'll be back with him tomorrow to wrap up the week. This thing was only at 17% and it shut off. What transmitter did this go over? This should be the right transmitter. Maybe it'll be next. Oh yeah, there's all the time events stuff from yesterday. I don't think this is even for the right transmitter. Yeah, it probably isn't for that transmitter. This
Almost ran into a hit by pitch. He did not really get away, and his hands came forward.
Alright, and this is the I guess that's great. So during this I guess 2.5 hour long show of White Sox. I think I skipped one. Yeah, I skipped over one. I skipped over one when I was putting these in, so yeah, I must have skipped over one. So far it looks like that new method of putting monthlies in, putting that new monthly list together, I think actually is working. And then this is 633. That's great. 8:59 a.m.
4 got to the field, so he tossed it into the bleachers. 1-0 Sox, second inning. First pitch to Caleb Durbin, called strike. 81 on a fastball near the outside. Durbin in a stretch of late, and he fouls. A hit plus an RBI, and he
And
just
then
in the
this is
last
the
4 games.
this is the last one of the initial set. So yeah, this is the last clip of the initial set of products. And then the rest of them I'll just add in consecutively. Renville County. Now I was thinking about something else too, about that leaked about a final wallpaper in Windows 11. Well, what is possibly going to be the final wallpaper for Windows 10 before it reaches end of support. Now, I was actually thinking about it, and there was a specific page. There was a Twitter feed I was looking at that showed a Windows 11 preview build. I'm not sure if it's Canary or development, or was it one of those. One, it looked like it was one of those confidential builds because it said do not take screenshots of. So I was thinking, you know what? I actually would like to try that build out inside of a virtual machine, but whatever it requires me to obtain, I'm not going to do that on my main system, on my main host. Instead, I'm going to do it inside of this Windows 11 retail demo machine. Yes, this is a Windows 11 VM in retail demo, if you may remember, but Yeah, for some reason it still goes slow, even though, well, it's because this is running off of a 4 terabyte external hard drive, because this thing is literally going to eat away the rest of the storage on this drive in like an instant. I mean, 80 gigabytes of space. That's from the massive cache that Clipchamp has. That Clipchamp is literally storing on this machine. And I want to make sure that I have everything. And then when I'm done editing this, I will get to editing and uploading the first episodes. If you're wondering about the number of episodes that I actually managed to create today, I I made the first 20. I actually made the first 25 episodes of the series. Well, not just of the series, but of the set, not series. The first 25 episodes of the set of the season 3. Now, as I've explained, there's going to be 100 episodes in total overall throughout the course of the season. So essentially, today I had just finished taping the first quarter of the season. The first quarter. So I'm already a quarter of the way done. I was going to try and film 5 more, but I'm pretty sure my body just said no and chose not to continue on. Not to proceed with taping anymore. So, also Indianapolis, Peachtree City, Lincoln, San Angelo, Springfield, and Lubbock are some of the few that made their tests of today. Yeah, I believe I can run everything off of this account, and yeah, because it goes to this account by default and not the admin, because this is retail demo. But yeah, I thought I'd give retail demo a try and see what it's like. And this was 5:30 a.m. And there we go.
Move by Vaughn and make sure he didn't wait to throw. So signs of better defensive play today.
And also, with this event not expected to be very intense, we're going to go ahead and premiere the, let's see, this one. I was going to look at 34 and 35 consecutively. So 34 starts at 11. So 34 will start at 11 a.m. Should be the right transmitter. So I'll start. So I'll start this one at 4 p.m. Or not. This one lasts for a grand total of 6 hours. So this one's even longer. So I'll go ahead and premiere it at 4 o'clock on Sunday. Because, yeah, before we left the air last night, I was spending so much time going back on this video here. Just let that go. Let's see if we can even do what we want first. Let's see, what is it that we're looking for? Yeah, I see that Windows Update icon. That tells me I haven't updated this build in a while. Yeah, it's that I haven't updated this machine in a while. Yeah, of course, because it's been a while since I last even used it, so that's why it's telling me that I haven't turned it on in a while, so it's telling me to install the latest updates. And
Bottom of the second, Miguel Vargas, the White Sox hottest bat, will lead it off. He was cold for a while, but his last 7 games, he's 12 out of
it's
20.
trying to load. Now, what was that? Um, where was that page of builds? I think it was called UDP dump. I'm gonna have to take a look. No. All right, let's see. Was it UDP dump? I think this is the one. No, that's not it. It's Windows build. No, it was a build collection page. No, not Windows 8. Actually, I think if I find this Twitter page again, I should be able to find it. It was on the. It was the about the final background for Windows 10. In the description, Xenopanther's Twitter page. Not what I wanted to do. Now, if I tap this, still 21370. All right, here's the Windows blog post of the next insider preview build for the Canary channel. And by the time I update the insider machine to 24H2, this is what the crash screen is going to look like now. It is not going to look like that anymore. Well, it's not going to look like what it has been, but it's going to be this simplified design now. Of course, it's green because it's going to be rolling out to the insider. Because it's going to be rolling out to insiders. But then, of course, in the stable version, it should be black. But then, of course, there's some other changes too mentioned. Now, I believe we can just go back to the blog, and I think this will tell us. So, Windows Insider. I'll probably just take note of this. So, yeah, here is the build. So, yeah, here's the build. This will be the last update for the beta channel on 23H2. And then all insiders will be going to 24H2. And this is actually the first one that will be filtering profanity, which is quite interesting. So, it's quite a unique feature. Now let's see. The build number is 21730. I don't know why it's going it's going kind of slow, probably because of the limitations of the drive or something, but I don't know. It's trying. Okay. 11 21370. This has that wallpaper. So I just want to install this build and grab the wallpaper off of it. So then I can try it out on. It looks like somebody on the archive actually has the pre-release build of Windows 11. I see some people chose to ignore the warning. So yeah, this is 11. Actually, let me see if I can copy this. See if I can copy this text over from the virtual machine to the host. Oh my god, I can. So it's working on a new Windows 11 update. Yeah, I'm talking about the next. We're talking about the 25H2 feature. So here we go. Here's that page from earlier. I'll just save it to the host. It's a 5 GB file. Now this one, now I don't know if this one. Let me go back to that Xenopanther page. So 21370. That was October of last year. Because that thing was made in 2023. So I'm not sure if it's this build, but I want to take a look and see if that wallpaper is on this build. If it's on this build of. If it is on this build of Windows 11 or not. So good. I thought I was going to have to run a script, but I guess not. So I can just download this 5 GB file. Oh my god, it's almost done already. We're already at 3.1 gigabytes. Dang, for some reason my internet's gone much faster than before. So I'm just gonna put in what I have currently. Then I'm gonna get to editing those bowling episodes. So while this continues here, here is the current plan, and see, is this regarding the upgrades? Okay. So here we go again, folks. We're going to get another Saturday test this week. And this time it's NWS Omaha. So Omaha has finished their upgrades, and they have confirmed that they will be making up their weekly on Saturday. And I know for sure Racing Power is going to get it. Or Racing Energy, or whoever. Whoever it is. Is that it?
We went to the bottom of the third. White Sox won. Milwaukee nothing. Hard Rock Casino. White Sox network. Approaches the left. Southside fans, Southside crowd, anytime, you win.
Anyway, build is ready to go. So let's go ahead and install it.
People customize their colors. Bottom of the third, Michael Taylor. Tonight, we'll get his first at bat. That's happened. Sox lead 1-0. Right strike matchup here. Taylor batting 207 with one home run.
Oh yeah, and Tulsa made their weekly up today too. I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. Anyway, we'll keep that as it is. I don't know if that'll be a problem later on. Yeah, and change the installer disk to the OS that's going to be on here is Windows 10 because it is a pre-release build. I'll just call it Windows 10. No, don't eat my hard drive space. Just save it here, and I'll name it Win 11 Pre. I'll just call it that. I'm not sure if this was one of the first builds that had the specifications for UEFI. Needs at least 64 gigabytes of storage because that is the minimum requirements for Windows 11. So even though it's another one of those pre-release builds, we're still going to treat it as such. Did I hit the button in time? I don't think I did. Says not found. It doesn't seem like it wants to boot. Well, that was something I was going to go after yesterday, but I never got to it. But it doesn't seem like this build wants to boot. Not even inside of virtualized hardware. Let's try pressing enter. No, that's not working. This build seems to be. When was this thing? That's when the. So it was added in November, and it doesn't seem like this build. I mean, it looks like it said press any key to boot, and then it just said it can't find the necessary files to boot, but it says it can boot and install on the current date. But how about we do it how we usually do with pre-release builds? Um, let's see, boot from the SATA CD-ROM, and then it just boots in and it just takes us right back. So, why don't we switch the date? This is UEFI, so yeah, this is UEFI. I don't get much options with UEFI BIOSes. How about we switch the BIOS to Legacy? Maybe we might get some better luck. Don't know if it'll boot with Legacy, but we'll see. Advanced and switch that to just BIOS and let's see what happens. Okay, let's see what we get. Okay, there we go. So it does boot now. Just needed to switch it to Legacy and now it'll boot. Yeah, there's sometimes builds won't boot with UEFI, but then other times it'll boot with Legacy. So now we should be able to start the install of this build. I mean, it was about time they finally changed it from Windows 10. And everything here still mentions Windows 10. I don't care what edition we install. We're just going to install Pro. It has dates of May 2021, so and it still has the June 2018 license date. All right. And now we're off to the races. Let's just I guess watch this install.
Please call 911. Radio station. Weather Service Office in Indianapolis. The preceding signal was a station.
Emergency alert system.
At 3:03 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near For your protection, move to an interior room from the west side of the building. Please report severe weather by calling 757-899-2415, posting to the National Weather Service Wakefield Facebook page, or using Twitter at NWS Wakefield. VA.
There's the flash flood warning. Alright. So I guess while we wait for that to install. So I guess while we wait for that to install, I have for next week, I have pretty much decided a roadmap. I've thought of a roadmap that will take me through the rest of this week, going into next week with the final exams. So here's what I am looking to. Here's what I'm looking to do. So tomorrow, I'm going to try and film 50. Yes, 50, possibly the rest of the Bowling Train episodes. Maybe, but I don't know. Or I'll just try to take 25. Here's what I would like to do for tomorrow. Obviously, the first thing is to take care of the last checkpoint assignment, the last checkpoint exam. Get that taken care of. Yeah, take care of that. Get that finished. And then that should be the last of the assignments afterwards. And then I'd rather not do it first thing in the morning. You know, I usually like to wait till like 11 o'clock before starting it. You know, so I could just take care of it, go have lunch, and then forget about it for the rest of the day. And then I'm gonna wait till after the Dino Bone shows to record. Goal currently is 25 additional Bowling Train episodes leading up to Jeopardy. Then after that, if I can, I'll try to record 25 more. Which will then bring the total up to 75. So that would mean 50 Bowling Train episodes in total. So then that would be 50 Bowling Train episodes in total for tomorrow. That is if that is the route I wish to go. So tomorrow I would take care of the checkpoint exam first. Go have lunch, watch those shows, and then get started on recording the bowling program. Start recording episodes of that. 25 is already done, so a quarter of the way done with the season already. And then I'll try to record 25 more. Yeah, and then I'll try to record 25 more tomorrow, possibly 50, to bring the total up to 75. And I mean 25. 25 episodes in between Dino Bones and Jeopardy, and 25 more in between Jeopardy and the release of Joker's Wild. Of course, going into Beat the Bridge and all that other stuff. And if I remember correctly, this should be the last week that Beat the Bridge and Bingo Blitz and Tic Tac Toe will be all new before those begin, before reruns of those start on Friday. Before those go on reruns on Friday, like it has been. So, that's for Friday. Now, looking ahead into the weekend, the only thing we're expected to get all new on Sunday this week is going to be just AFV, because there's going to be a special Time 100 program. No, I don't need that last part. So on Sunday this week, we will be able to do Ticket to Ride at its usual time, 9 p.m. Isn't that nice? Isn't that quite nice? And then
First pitch to Edgar is a high count.
the other plan, and then going into Monday, there is one more assignment I need to take care of for Sibin. That's the skills project. So I will take care of that and the wireless foundation's final. I'm going to try to take care of both of those. Tuesday, then, is when the last HTML assignment should go up. Or not just assignment, but rather the last module for the course. So that should go up. And I will take care of that when it does. And then Wednesday, of course, will be our weeklies. And then Thursday, I'll take care of the very last Cybit assignment, which is that final for that course. And then, oh yeah, as well as that discussion for the HTML class. And then Friday, that should be it. That should be all of them. And then Friday of next week, I will then I will finish the order. And then on Friday of next week, then I'll film the final 25 episodes to complete the third season of the show, to finish the third season of the Bowling Train. And then if there are any final pieces of college work that comes up on the week of the 12th, I will take care of that. I will take care of that as soon as I see it. So after I edit this, I will get to editing the. I will get to that into editing the Bowling Train program. All 25 of those currently produced episodes.
Grab your friends. Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. Get one. Ticket to two beers starting at $19. You must be 21 and over with a valid ID. Tickets at whitesox.com/brews. Shout out to our listeners tuned in on Fox Sports 68 or 10:60 a.m. this afternoon. Limited for steelouts, fouls. One of the things we continue to do. There was a nice. But we just don't really. Later.
39819.
Send a message to the pitcher, and if you don't get it, then you can say, okay, I can back it up, hit it back up the middle the other way after that one effort.
An urgent weather message. The National Weather Service in Cleveland has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Geauga County in northeastern Ohio, eastern Cuyahoga County in northeastern Ohio.
Let's see what
Lake
this thing's
County
playing
in
right now.
northeastern Ohio, northeastern Summit County in northeastern Ohio, and at 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Cleveland Heights, or 8 miles east of Cleveland, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts at quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, minor damage to vehicles if possible. Expect damage to trees and power lines. Locations impacted include Cleveland, Petersville, Willowwick, Sherman, Euclid, Mentor, Cleveland Heights, Sullivan, Willoughby, Hudson, Twinsburg, Eastlake, Warrensville Heights, Macedonia, South Russell, Madison, Erie, and Brick. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following counties in Ohio, Cuyahoga.
Stop in today at the corner of LaGrange and Plainfield Road, or check them out online at littlejoesbeef.net. Little Joe, where everybody knows everybody.
Everyone knows everyone. They're opening brackets. That was a great moment. Backslash. Good job. Here we go.
This is a weekly test of
A closing brace. There's a closing brace.
remember,
Got picked off after signaling in the second. And then he takes a strike. And yes, it was both a pickoff and a caught stealing because he ended up making the out, headed towards second. Pitch is outside on a slider.
New York.
Through 40 pitches through the first 2 innings. Now he sits at 71, 75 pitches as he's trying to finish. And he'll underhand it to Vaughn again. So there's been way more efficient than those first two.
Bad as Louisville this time.
After 2 quick outs.
Emergency alert would bring.
And he got a fastball in the zone. Cubs beat the Pirates 8-3.
That's the warning from Cleveland.
Things resumed in Cincinnati. 2-1 Reds over the Cardinals in the fourth. And a slider that stayed middle end and was supposed to be away, and you get hammered a rocket out there to left. Good thing that did not have elevation. Now at second with 2 outs for Bryce Garang.
Give that a few moments to prepare all the way.
Last night.
Again, these. Yeah, that was from Monday.
Finally did give up a hit in the seventh and was taken in. He was on his game for sure, Cameron. And then got sent to the minors. Sure, because he was just filling in for Cole Ravens, who was pushed back. The 2-1. It's outside. That's the one interesting, the kind of unique thing about this particular sport. Most other sports.
I guess then we're still waiting for the build to complete. To completely finish.
Manipulated. I think he knew no matter what he did, it was a one and done for now. Yeah. But what it will do is it'll get him back here a little sooner next time. What he does goes down. My teammates will put that hard at their boy. 3-2 bench. This makes 3. The burden going down. And we go to the bottom of the fifth. Not one. Brewers nothing. Brewers on 15. White Sox Network.
It's just about ready. There it is, just a moment.
Until 16. And then I. Again.
78 games. Will Aaron Judge for the best? Rush Baldwin leads off and he takes I'm going with yeah. The way he's swinging, it seems like definitely the face hit as frequently as possible. Simple runs, yeah.
No opening video. But they're just taking the animations from Windows 10X. And I can tell how different those animations are.
Overall. He's the real deal. His word sure.
17 p.m.
I'll just tell it to set up work or school to bypass the Microsoft account. This is the only way you could do local accounts in Windows 11 Pro. Yeah, in Windows 11 Pro. Here's sign-in options, domain, and now we can put in our name. I'll just call it test because I'm not keeping this installation. I just want this installed so I can grab that wallpaper. Yeah, there's the notice that this build has expired. But like I just said, I'm not going to keep it. I'm not going to keep it, so just accept all the telemetry. I'm going to be deleting this installation after the fact anyway, so I'm not keeping it. I'm getting rid of it after this. Yeah, like I'm not keeping it. No. No, I don't want to customize it for anything. I'm getting rid of it after this. I'm just here to grab a wallpaper and that's it. That text is still from Windows 10. And this is just plain black. This is just plain black. Nothing special about this. At all.
impacts.
And it was right. They were still slayers. From a 40, doing really well. I mean, if the air is 38, 39, what's up? I mean,
In fact, it's my copy.
Those messages, by the way, would carry over to Windows 11.
The National Weather Service in Cleveland and meeting.
today at each be 20
And I did put Austin in this time, so we shouldn't have a problem. So we shouldn't have a problem with Austin this time. Yep, there we go.
Or the building.
And there it is. There's the build in all its glory. I'll just tell it no. The sounds are still from Windows 10. So yeah, those sounds are still from Windows 10. This is way before 21996. Yeah, because you can see that. I'm going to add a few other transmitters on as well. We still have the classic context menu. See, we have the rounded corners now. I guess we can browse ourselves. And we will find it in Web, Wallpaper, Windows 10. Those are just the Windows 10 backgrounds. Standard one. Nothing. No, those are just the Harmony wallpapers. Doesn't look like it's in this build. So maybe it's not this build. Maybe if we look at Beta Wiki, we can see what build contains that wallpaper. We can see what build contains that wallpaper that we're looking for. Just one. Let's go Windows 11. Let's go back to the first release. Which one contains that wallpaper out of the box?
Taking one for their team. Ball strike on a slider.
This one features Bloom now.
Is high. That front leg, he kind of hovers it. And when he kind of steps to an open position for his left side of his player, they'll still kind of force their close upper body.
The dark theme. So if we switch it to dark, then we would get that special theme. So then where do we go to find it? So where do we find the dark wallpaper? Well, it's actually if we switch it to dark mode. So this is supposed to be the place where that wallpaper is.
Right from the nose off, and the shortstop will fire over to first. First with a 1-2-3-6. We had the retirement of 6. White Sox 1. Milwaukee nothing. You're listening to the Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. Hey, it's ready to finance a millionaire maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy though, but I had something along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMitchellFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and really get your connections. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMitchellFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMitchellFinance.com. Let's go. You're into the man from the and the directly focus. We have been over time that shouldn't stop us to do it. These GLP-1 medications are going to be great air filters. Even though it's covered by the insurance, they're only so much. Those people they have been on prescription for over 7,000 since the day in March. That's about 6 years. What the rest is later?
It skipped the watch from Waco.
Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Sunroofs, and more.
Continuing into Central Texas, India. Storms may be severe, produce heavy rain. Isolated resistant time for the
Not all of them.
suspended to mid next week. Spotter information spotter activation may be needed this afternoon in Central Texas. This is 2:38 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station WXC30. You're listening at the following reports of weather today and Wednesday, 2 p.m. Mostly sunny, 81, 72, relative humidity 74%, winds southeast at 7, and measure 29.9 inches in falling. 74 to 70, relative humidity 87%, measure 29.3 inches in falling. Humidity 69%, southeast at 7. Sure, 20 inches and
Uh-huh.
sunny, 88, south at 12, gusting to 17. Camp, mostly sunny, 88, south at 13. In the region, DFW Airport, cloudy, 72, southeast at 7. Wind, sunny, 55, south at 9. Sunny,
Anyone want to try upgrading Windows 10 to Windows 1? The file does not seem to have a program associated with it. Seems like this build might be dead already. Seems like this build might already be dead. So you'd have to set it to...
Maybe some action in Milwaukee bullpen. I was trying to get through 6 innings for the second time. Another big roll on cutter. 2-1 on Robert. He's got the only RBI in this game back in the first inning. Pitches outside.
The Go Boot semi-light.
Story. 3-1 against the third. It's claimed by Durbin, and he'll throw to first in time with one hopper. Durbin, he looked at his
Let's see.
A reminder, White Sox double play turns on defense as on key by Stein Apple. Partner of the
Seago Boot.
Anytime you had a chance, if you were a big league ball player and didn't take advantage of being around the Bob User as much as possible and hearing the historic stories and the Hop Harrelson, the stories in his era, I mean, you were a fool for not taking advantage of those stories. Really, they could stuck on the back, it didn't work. Daryl will get set and a very first pitch. Because
Here's the wallpaper I was looking for. Oh, it's asking me to do that instead? Okay, cool. Can I just copy the image directly? Well, that's a fail, because Waco's not replaying the watch. So yeah, that's basically the... Okay. Alright. I didn't know it wasn't in this... I didn't know if it was in this build or not, but I guess not. Oh, that was the other error I was... That was the other error I was trying to name. That was the other error I was thinking of. The WEGA uncorrectable error on that Dell laptop. Alright. Let's see what happens if it tries to boot now. I wonder if it's going to say a component of the operating system has expired. Let's see what it says. Let's see if it even still tries to boot. If it still boots, it's going to be a miracle. It's going to be a literal miracle if it still boots. And I will be piecing the Bowling Train episodes together while we're doing Roblox tonight.
In Cleveland. Thanks for time, so that's a disengagement. But Steve's 4 of that series, Guardians have won the first 3 over Minnesota. Another 2 people. Vaughn lands to race, but it's going to fly for land foul on the side front. And unfortunately, from our vantage point, to me, that looked like it was going to be fair, but I watched Vaughn slowing down. He's telling us the story. That's foul. Twins have 11 hits in that game and have only scored 2 runs. Sounds like them looking for the stop to play this year. Cashing in their opportunities. 1-0 Sox, 6th inning, 2-2 to Vaughn. Into the base hit. One drive played with hot pure right center. Hill will stop at second. Vaughn with a much needed base hit. He took a lot of swings in that at bat. And he got a cutter that was down, away, and he really put together a beautiful swing. Kept his head on that baseball. One of the better swings he's put together in a while. Number line for Chad Patrick. He was impressive pitching near his hometown in Northwest Indiana. He'll walk off trailing 1-0. And there are a bunch of fans over near the visitors' dugout giving him a hand. First and second, 2 out, 6 minutes.
Oh, a new build of Windows well. And now, this build of Windows has expired. That sound is coming from Windows 11. Alright, then I guess we don't need this anymore, so let's get rid of it.
Local channel you love, the news channel you love, sports channel you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and Mix TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. $7.99 a month value included at North Peacock. Xfinity Sports and Mix TV, the live TV you love.
There we go. This was the this was the wallpaper that sort of. I mean, I like this. I like this wallpaper. So it looks like this is like as the so-called Windows crew starts to turn the lights off to signal the end of Windows 10. So yeah, this is a pretty neat looking background. I like it how it's all dark, kind of dark, to signal the end of Windows 10. Whichever one finishes first, we're going to Columbus after this. And then I'm going to get to editing the Bowling Train episodes.
So now that the recognition was instant on the field series, it showed to get ready for it that we felt it was coming. But he didn't make the pitch of that baseball. It's second of the year, brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Boy, that is big. All of this happening after two were out. Holy shit.
And it is. It's 480. Good 5% DPI. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Now, Nissan offers this vehicle with starting manufacturer suggested retail price under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store. SunUSA.com today. Available on Nissan Ultra, Kick, Road, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP includes section features handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer
And this will probably also be the background I'll use for the last episode.
Effective until 4:27 p.m. First service. Special counties, Bastrop, Vernon, Lee, Travis, and Williamson.
And the pitcher I doubt the second is a minus play short. Curveball is high and it's a strike.
Building.
Up at the bell. Nervous. Beautiful walk at the pitch.
Okay, we are almost for real up to date this time. And then we'll get started with editing those bowling episodes.
The bases loaded for the first inning. And he battles the pitch count the first 2 innings. For sure.
This is a pretty nice wallpaper. I'll share it over to the XPS so I can use it. Use it as Windows 10 nears its final days. So then I'll just share it over once it fully boots up. Hit share. Share it to the Windows 10 PC.
The dog, a Tampa single hitter, and still could do it. Pitch. Inside, he walked it. And legit. The 2 best pitchers the White Sox have had this first month plus are the Rule 5 kids. Smith and Vassell. That's true.
Then we can
They get a little credit. Absolutely. That's true. But yes, the point is made. There's a swing and chop off the bat of Durbin. They'll get 1 at 7.
then we can use that as background. That is a pretty nice wallpaper. I like it. But I prefer this one better. And I'll keep that background if I do want to use it at a later point. I'll probably save it for the final episode of Nostalgia, as I've been talking about already. Back to Cleveland again. Of course, I'll be adding transmitters as needed.
Member of VIP. The ESPN Chicago Triple Play AFFA. Nothing White Sox. Gilmore still in the game and gave up a 3-run homer to Vargas. Some of the base hit to right. Dean is 1 for 3. And reminder, this season, Steinhoffels is partnering with Special Space at Illinois to create green bedroom. Children balance cancer. Every time the White Sox turn is up, taking a dip. Taylor. Warning track. Takes outside. High percentage of the ball. He gave a ball. So he was at the ball feeling the opinion line. So it's about safely. They hit Michael. It wasn't on that ball away.
We are caught up. Okay, here we go now. Wonder if I could do folders here. Ah, such a shame. Alright, the editing can at last begin.
Starts in the 7th. Nobody out. Second anniversary of the Phillies' first game. Billy Hamilton and Sam Thompson. The only outfield of the division history every player hit 400. That was back in 1894. So they'll have. He was the first player to get 400 3 times. The 8th highest batting average in Major League history for a career.
Yeah, that's episode 201. This is episode 225. What am I doing?
Passed away in 1903 at age 35.
Actually, sure. Why don't we take you all behind the scenes of the... Delete the disc. Yeah, why don't we take you behind the scenes of recording the episode? Or editing it, rather. Let's take you behind the scenes of editing.
History of the game, you mentioned 140 years for that franchise. John Henry's career batting average 346. 3-1 down and in, and all four to load him up for Benintendi.
Yeah, that's all your behind the scenes that you're getting. Yeah, it looks like most of these episodes are going to be very short.
Central Colonial County in Central Texas, southeastern limits and county in Central Texas, northwestern Bell County in Central Texas, until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles north of
I never went back on the Borealis.
16 and half dollar-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to
Builder
vehicles
number 8.
Severe thunderstorm made over mainly rural areas of central Colonial, southeastern Nebraska, and northwestern Bell counties, including troubled locations, King, Topsy, Mizon, Flash, and Pimp County. Protection get inside a sturdy structure also away from windows.
All right, we'll just watch the bill. We'll just watch Chief number 4 come through there.
Was holding on to the back pocket of my drop. They cool almost at the same time in all plays. So Robert, the White Sox both offensive inning have really put together a they're executing
Wisconsin, 20 miles an hour. It's a rate 70%. Tonight, mostly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers until midnight, then scattered showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming southwest after midnight. Chance of rain 70%. Friday, mostly sunny. A chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 80s, except in the upper 70s at the higher elevations. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Chance of rain 40%. Friday night, partly cloudy with scattered showers. Lows around 60. Southwest winds around 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 20%. Saturday, showers and a chance of thunderstorms. Highs around 80. Lows in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 90%. Sunday through Monday, showers and a chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the lower 70s. Lows in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 90%. Tuesday, showers likely. Highs in the lower 70s. Lows in the lower 50s. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. A 40% chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. Lows in the mid-50s. severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Allegheny County in western Maryland, northeastern Monroe County in eastern West Virginia until 4:30 p.m. At 4:04 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Bel Air, moving northeast at
And then at 4 o'clock, we'll start our Roblox show as usual.
Woodland Park, Grady, Crescent Town, Wolf Mill, Flintstone, Bel Air, Pleasant Valley, Wiley. For your protection, to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's mighty killers.
For one. Alright, let's continue.
Pepper. So you can leave the ball with the shortstop, the second base area, and make it have a inside of the wall. Three and six, they got four more here in the seventh. They lead 8-0. Not done yet. Continues on the Hard Rock Casino, White Sox Network. At FindYourClub.com. So, you're still the South Berlin area. You could go online, find space, and get active. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor. You're the guy that helps protect them and subscribe to you. Realtors are members of the
202. 203. 'It hit the crossbar.
Four RBIs in this game, just a couple of hits. This is first. Brooks batting left-handed. Fouls to the top of the backstop.
I think I went fairly quick when it came to setting the pins up and
Roland State Park, moving northeast at 20 knots. Hazard, wind gust 34 knots or greater. Radar indicated. Impact, boulders and small grass could be thrown over.
2 strikes on him. Odds down to a B.
204.
Low by Sarang, and a short flip for first. Will end the frame, but the Sox double their lead. It's 8-0. We head to the 8th inning. Hard Rock Casino.
National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a special marine warning for Chesapeake Bay from North Beach to Drum Point, Maryland, Pawtucket River to Boones Island, Maryland, Tidal Potomac from Calm Island, Maryland to Smith Point, Virginia, Tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Calm Island,
Left it in,
Maryland,
go back
until
on.
5:15 p.m. At 4:12 p.m., a strong thunderstorm was located over Westmoreland State Park, moving northeast at 20 knots. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar indicated. Impact, motors and small higher winds and waves capsizing their vessel. Locations impacted include Greenwell State Park, Trenton Bay, St. Leonard Creek, St. Clements Bay, Westmoreland State Park, Couple Creek, Down Creek, Calm Island, Colton's Point, Namini Bay, Coles Point, Wicomico River, Flag Harbor, Calvert Cliffs, and White Point Beach. To safe harbor immediately as gusty winds and high waves are expected.
So many people a new peace one night. Northwestern Medicine.
I've been with you tomorrow morning.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
They 14. And fastball strike. Strike and a changeup.
And then WIP.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This was a test of the emergency alert system. Equipment that can quickly alert you during emergencies was being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official news and information would have followed the alert tone. This has been a test of the emergency alert system. Back to Hugh Doug.
From January 7th.
The National Weather Service has issued flash flood warning for the following counties or areas. Santa.
Alright, let's try Cox instead. Much better. Okay, this is 204.
Make life easy. I'm setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. You ready? Go to www.com and
Episode 5.
City Farm, Steel, Save on Slippers, Flavors, and more. Plus, the free value offers at shopping in the sales for your city local steel stores. Like sock, we free snippets on gas redemption card. Big Powers. It's been back-to-back games, a blowout to New York early in the year is on the mound. Bottom of the eighth, ball one is high. Lenine Sosa. Contreras, the DH, is now in left. You got Bats, Cameron, and right. Lefty Bowers pitches, and Sosa punches.
That's 205. This will be 206.
These guys. Mike Ross has for the fifth time. He's on the spark plug today. 1 for 3, a double, a walk, and 2 runs from the leadoff spot, fresh off the IL. Takes a straight. The other thing is Bauer seems to know how to throw the pitch over the plate. Played a shot for absurd, picked up by Hoskins, he'll have to take it on the sixth inning. So Bauer's with a 1-2-3 inning. And easy for some. He has not allowed a run in 3 appearances this season, including 2 at Yankee Stadium. How about that? We go to the ninth. It's 8-0. White Sox on the Hard Rock Casino Sox Network. Hey, Sox fans, Terry Hopples is now a proud partner of the Chicago White Sox.
206. 207.
Every time the White Sox turn a nickel for home, Terry Hopples is donating $200 to Special Places Illinois. Shop at store and online at steinhopples.com. First home in the area where the time downtowners are diverse staff of real estate football.
I really enjoy slowing these bloopers down.
Chicago White Sox audio network on the White Sox. Yes, again, you call them. 1-2-3 is there. Yes, again, you call. 8-0, ninth inning. Schuster, the left-hander, is the new pitcher. Taylor down center. Those is in right. Target. It's the way. Who's going to see him on? Really didn't seem like he got better. Also fielding that ball. First error charge for the White Sox today.
Speak 208.
Cherio, he takes off for second. That's on a change. That's nothing is two. Cherio will not be credited with the field.
The service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Washington County in north central Maryland, northeastern Allegheny County in western Maryland, northeastern Monroe County in eastern West Virginia until 5:15 p.m. Quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact. Damage winds will cause some trees and large branches to fall. Waves may become blown by down trees. Localized power outages are possible. Unsecured light objects may become projectiles. Vale, Flintstone, Patterson Creek,
So I'm thinking,
Valley, Creek Gap.
so I'm thinking later tonight. So I was thinking later tonight.
Story today. One of the better teams in the an 8-0 win. And it seems that today was one of those things that had a great game plan going in, and they executed it perfectly. So they salvaged the series from Philly. They beat the Brewers for the first time in a while. Actually, an 8-game losing streak. That's all time scary. But Brewers nothing.
All right. Well, it is time now for Jeopardy. The Sox win against the Brewers.
For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866 4 Seasons.
All right. Now to Jeopardy. Okay, there was no message at all. All right, so I'm playing a little bit of catch up here before we. So I'm playing a little catch up here before we continue. Before we get started with Roblox here. Now, while I was watching today's person, place, or thing, there were a bunch of things that I think on interesting. So I'm leaving that episode there. The first and the second rounds were the most interesting.
Canterbury Village, Lakes Lake Beach, and one used on state church. Rear protection to an interior roof of the first floor of the building. Large hail damaging wind if continuous clouds likely are occurring with this storm. Indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning.
The kids are coming home from school. So once we have everything here, we'll get started with football.
County in Central Texas until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 47 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm is located 9 miles west of Gainesville at 25 miles per hour. Hazard: ping pong ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, and trees. PM Central Daylight Time. Or St. Tannersville, Springs. Your protection, get inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Central Ohio. Northwestern Jefferson, Ohio County, and East Central Ohio. Lawrence County, East Central Ohio, until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And we're located along the line from 11 miles north of Stafford to 8 miles north of Newcomerstown, or along the line from 15 miles north of Silver to 11 miles southwest of New Philadelphia, moving east at 30 miles per hour. After 15 minutes, radar 8. Philadelphia. Amsterdam, Milford, Elroy, and Sharonville. Shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. These homes are producing damage to winds. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 Eastern Daylight Time for the following counties in Ohio, Harold, Indiana, and Wisconsin.
Once we have all these products, we will get started.
The National Weather Service in Cleveland has issued a severe thunderstorm. And Daniels, Robertsville,
And unders.
Ohio. Central Texas, southeastern Manassas County in Central Texas. Daylight at 3:59 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm was located over top of this cove and is nearly stationary. Hazard: and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source: trained weather spotters. Impact: people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Severe thunderstorm will be near. Cover is over 4:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Tootsy. The National Weather Service San Antonio has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Llano County, northwestern County, and 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:03 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over total 11 miles northwest of Canada, with northeast at 10 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 miles per hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Buchanan Lake Village, Lufkin, Tow, and Colorado Bend State Park. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. Will be damaged and briefly winds and suddenly waves.
Alright, that should be it. As long as there aren't any more weeklies. Looks like whoever runs KLT was also interested in seeing if these stations relate anything. Alright, I'll go back on Winona manually. Alright. We are ready to start our Roblox show. By the way, this will be the last Roblox show on Thursday because next week we go back to Tuesday with Roblox and Thursday being backyard baseball.
Chance of showers and thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 80s. Southeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms in the evening. Then most The National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Lampasas County in central Texas. Central Bell
Well,
County.
this week we're going to take our time.
Central Daylight Time. At 4:11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over a camper near Copper's Cove, moving southeast at 10 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado and baseball-sized hail. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Capital Central Daylight Time.
Have David say all this.
3 1 up arrow. Space. 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 Down arrow. Space. 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 Up arrow. Space. Left arrow. Down arrow. OBS 3.
It's kind of hard to run the game with.
Untitled scenes. SPCPlainfield TV window. Audio mixer window. Mute desktop audio checkbox unchecked. Checked. Roblox win. FWD. Hashtag. WPLDEAS log. Channel. Mark. Hashtag jump bullet. Channels list. Link. Hashtag John. Bullet. Channels list. Link. Server sidebar navigation. Hashtag.
What's this barrel drop?
Space. S. Space. Space.
Huh, that's neat.
S. Space. Space. Space.
That did much worse.
W. Q A S A W A. Space.
Southwestern
Space. Space.
at 5 p.m.
Q A. Space. Space. Space.
Vegas.
U U W S A U. Space. Space.
Interstate
Space.
153 to 166. Stay inside a well structure and keep away from windows.
U W Q S U F A W S. Space. Space. Space.
San Antonio has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Vernon County until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:13 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado created in Burr-Gander or near Copper's
Space.
southeast at 10 miles per hour.
Space.
Hazard tornado. Source radar indicated rotation. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed.
S U A.
Damage and vehicles will occur.
Space.
Tree damage is likely.
Space.
Conditions affected include
Space.
take cover now.
Space.
Floor of a sturdy brick.
U
Avoid windows.
U A.
Give a pin
Space.
to the base of the stage.
Space.
Protect yourself from flying debris.
Space. E Q A.
A.
Space. Space.
Test of the emergency alert system for
U
broadcast stations
U
in
F
Hawaii.
A.
Regular monthly test of the live audio broadcast segment and all hazard outdoor warning siren system and public safety will be conducted today at 45 emergency management. Hawaii's warning sirens are used to alert the public to any emergency that may pose a threat.
Pretty good game.
E S.
The sound of the sirens is to alert residents to turn on radio or television for information and instruction in a emergency. Instruction may also be provided by a cellular wireless emergency alert. Days of and other essential supplies. From the state of Hawaii
Space.
Emergency
Space.
Operations Center.
Backspace. Backspace. W A. S.
Okay, is there any more? I suppose there is another one.
D. W.
County in Central Texas, northeastern Midland County in Central Texas, until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 4:14 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Wait a minute, what is that thing?
W. S. F A. U. W. W A. U. Space. W A. W A.
Is that it?
Hashtag WPLDEAS log WPLDIP radio. Discord page messages in WPL Roblox window. Roblox window. Hashtag server sidebar navigation. WJONIP radio. 2 of 17 level 2. Roblox window. Roblox window. W N N N U N U space U space U space X U W U S.
No, that's it. There are too many credits left.
U L W U right S W W
And then when we're caught up, I'll render those bowling train episodes.
as L enter.
Alright, on to the next one.
Hashtag John Oxman's WJONIP radio. Discord name, bullet, channels list, link, unread, gun local folder, link, unread, John Matt Neely, server side, hash, hashtag server sidebar navigation folder, channels list, link, John Oxman's, text
We'll
channel,
take care of that.
Roblox window,
Done with this game here.
E W double A W W A E S S S S A E W E space space A W A E F E W space W A E E E E E E F M A W W E A E space E space A Speed space space speed speed negative E space A W W D A S double E W A W S E
Central Daylight Time. In 4:23 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe
W
located overheard moving into 40 miles per hour. Hazard 50 miles per hour with gusts $10 hail. Source radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, citing injuries.
S
Impacted include Northern Bryan, Florida building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous exposing ground lightning are occurring with this storm. Enforce immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning.
A E S space A W E W A E A E W E space E space E space E W W E W E E E E E W W W E T E E E space E E space space E W W A W W E W space bullet hashtag John Oaksman's bullet link unread John Matthewer bullet link unread John Weatherstand went bullet link unread John Oaksman's bullet link unread John May bullet link John Oaksman's text channel WPLDAS log channel main message hashtag WPLDAS log edit new line roadblocks with W at grave accent E W
So that's what the grave
W
accent does here.
cap D A E space E W W E E E E E A A A E space E W E
The jackpot didn't reset in time. Dang it. We're gonna try again. Just at the last moment.
Space D W W D D A E S space S E space W A E E E F W E W E E W W W space A W W space F E W W W W W W W A W E E E E E N A W E E S E E S E space W space E E space A S E E S W E S W E W W I E E E T W W E S A S W E W space E E space A S S Tap hashtag W double 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 E E double E S A double E A S space space E space space A space E A space A W E E E E E A S space A space W
Hello there, everyone.
E
Happy May, by the way. Plug this in. Even though there is a risk for severe thunderstorms, it doesn't always stop this office, which is NWSFFC, if you don't know. It does not always stop FFC from testing it, even if there's a slight risk from the SPC.
E
Even though there is a risk for severe thunderstorms,
A
doesn't always stop this office, which is because they did not do it yesterday. I don't know why. And it honestly could go either way today because even though there is a risk for severe thunderstorms, it doesn't always stop this office, which is NWSFFC, if you don't know. It does not always stop FFC from testing it, even if there's a slight risk in the SPC.
E W E
So we'll have to see if this actually goes off today. And in fact, if there's no weekly test, there may well be something like a severe thunderstorm warning later on.
space
Alright, so they did actually do the weekly test today. And I went ahead and replaced the speaker on the new 247. So here's what it sounds like. Okay, I replaced the speaker.
W E E E E E and A space M space W E W A W E E E E E F W E F space A space
So we can spin all three wheels at once. The chief is running very late today. Making sure we have all the weeklies and everything that we need. Yep, we have it all. Alright. Let's have Sensory World running with the narrator.
Roblox window. Roblox window.
While I piece all this together. So, Sensory World with the narrator. What could go wrong?
A. Cap D. W. 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 A. E. W. Space. 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 Cap D. Cap D. Space. Cap D. W. A. W. E. S. E. W. E. A. E. 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 W. W. Space. E. S. W. A. E. S. Space. E. W. Space. 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 W. W. A. A. W. 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 A. W. S. S. Backspace. 0. Enter. W. E. S. A. N. W. W. A. D. W. A. D. D. Double. Cap D. S.
Let's listen to the nice sounds of the water. While I continue piecing this together.
At 2:41
It's a test of the emergency alert system.
And then this one was 11:31. I didn't see it while I was going back on the other stuff earlier, so. $3.11.
W. Space. 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 Space.
I'm in the space portal again.
F.
Let's head back.
double W W W W W W E E A E
There's not that many games here.
E E U and A E W E
E R Q for where? That's all we have. The heck? That's what it does? What?
double space E A space E W S S W S W S W S W A S double D cap D D A E up arrow down arrow left arrow right arrow left arrow up arrow
Wait, I didn't know I could use the arrow keys to move around too.
up arrow
That's cool. So I don't have to use just the
up
WASD.
arrow
I can also use the arrow keys.
right arrow left 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 arrow down arrow right arrow up arrow right left arrow right arrow left arrow left arrow left arrow right arrow left arrow A A
When I move around like that, I kind of feel like I'm in that 90s. I'm in that classic 90s Windows screensaver. It's a little maze kind of thing. And another one.
double space W F E S W X space double space
There we go.
Double D.
County in south central Pennsylvania until 6:30 p.m. At 5:56 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was
Steve.
located
W.
at 35
W.
miles per
D.
hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour with gusts
W.
behind the
D.
hill.
W.
Wait, what?
Radar
A.
indicated
A.
impact. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations of
A.
active include
W.
St. Thomas, Mercersburg, Newport, Warfordburg,
W.
Locust Grove,
A.
and Marion. Radar has
D.
indicated
W.
locations of a
W.
severe thunderstorm. Although a tornado is not
W.
immediately likely,
A.
tornadoes can develop quickly during severe thunderstorms. This includes Interstate 70-mile markers 158
D.
to
W.
168.
E.
Stay inside a well-built structure and away from
W. Space. W. W.
the National Weather Service and State College, Pennsylvania has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for
This one that failed.
Test for the following counties, areas, Winona County, Minnesota, beginning at 0:43 p.m. and ending at 0:458 p.m. This is a test. This is only a test from the Winona County Sheriff's Office. No action is required. Is issued. Test for the
W.
following counties, areas, Winona
W.
County, Minnesota,
Space.
beginning at 0:43
D.
p.m. and ending at
D.
0:458 p.m. This is a
W.
test.
D. D.
This is only a test from the
W.
Winona County Sheriff's
A.
Office.
F.
No
W.
action
A.
is required.
Space. D.
tonight.
A.
Mostly
A.
cloudy. A chance of showers and
B.
thunderstorms this evening.
Task hashtag WPLDEAS log WPLDIP radio. Discord pane. WPLDEAS log. Check rope W. A.
Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Central Vernon County until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Buchanan Lake Village, or near Buchanan Dam, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour. Gusts at severe as a storm will be near. Sources radar.
Hashtag WPLDEAS log WPLDIP radio. Enter. Exiting narrator.
Weird prediction to an interior small weather severe thunderstorm watch number 04. 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Your watch forecast all the counties severe thunderstorm watch 204 in effect until an emergency. Remember, severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later. Dr. Finger is internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Robertson County in Central Texas. Central Texas until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:14 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located overhead, east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour with gusts at half-dollar-size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roads, siding, injuries. This severe storm will occur around 4:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Belock, Munford, Branchville, Easterly, Goss, Crossroads, Albion, Ridge, and Bench Lane. For your protection heading signs. Second Falls County of Central Texas until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:57 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Franklin, Oregon, 12 miles north of Heard, northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour with gusts at half-dollar-size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, injuries. This severe thunderstorm will be near Table Reservoir around 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Lake Limestone around 5:50 Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Seal, Thornton, Coss, Oleta, Fall Prairie, and Jewett. For your protection, get inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Service has issued for thunderstorm watch number 204, effective until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Central County in eastern Texas until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Storm is located near for 5 miles east of Chicago, moving east-southeast at 10 miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour with gusts at half-dollar-size hail. Source: wind indicated. Impact: wind damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to siding, injuries. These factors include
Here comes the very late Amtrak.
National Weather Service has issued a special rain warning for the river at 7 p.m. At 6:05 p.m., strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 12 miles west of Lewiston to 8 miles west of Sunset Bay, moving northeast at 50 knots. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Youngstown, Grand Island, Lewiston, and Niagara River. Move to safe harbor immediately as gusty winds and high waves are expected. The National Weather Service in League City has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Brazos County in southeastern Texas until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Hearn, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include northern Bryan at 10 p.m., Wixon Valley, and Bryan Utilities Lake. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
A civil authority has issued a required
Miles per hour wind gusts, dollar-sized hail. Antonio has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Burnett County until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time, tonight. South Central Pennsylvania.
So there was a product from Austin I missed. So we're going to go back on that right now. Well, actually, there's two of them. Hello? All right. Let's take care of these missing products one by one.
The National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued northeastern Burnett County until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:04 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Briggs, or 13 miles south of Copper's Cove, moving south at 5 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to windows and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations include and Briggs. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. Doors and get calm in the vehicle. Shelter and protect yourself from falling debris.
And I do have a station for that, but of course, State College is nice enough to continuously repeat it. Unlike a lot of these.
Austin, San Antonio has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for or 9 size windows. Indicated insect, people, and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect damage to roofs, siding. Florence, Briggs, and Mohammed. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning.
All right. Oh, never mind. It's offline. Okay then. On with playing catch up. It's the Borealis. Anyway, on to the next game now. That wasn't where I wanted it to land, but okay. I could actually I could actually increase my size. Ooh, I could be. Ooh, I could. I could keep on clicking plus and turn myself into a giant. I can turn myself into a giant if I wanted to. Oh my goodness. Look how big I am now. I am so big. Oh wow. I'm so tall I can literally knock over the I can knock down the buildings because I'm a giant now. Because now I'm a giant. I'm a giant and I can literally knock things down. How fun is that? And if I have to do some of these premieres on a Monday, then I will. And setting up for the risks tomorrow is going to be our goal tonight. And that's okay. An urgent weather message. I see Drew has time. Has time. And I see Borealis is coming. Oh my god.
Detector file 118.0.
Fired the things while the train was going by. There they are. All right, now we wait. And we'll continue playing catch up while we're in this game here. And I do know that the event in Ohio is almost over. The watch expires at 6 p.m. Central Time. But now we have another watch in Texas. But from the list of stations that we can get it on, I do not think we can get some of this stuff from our station list. But as I've said, I have a list of all those stations there, and we're going to see which one will relay it. Which station or stations will relay it. No. I'm just going to instead wait and see which station will relay these selected products. And if I end up dying, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to click on the plus sign again to resize myself. And after we're caught up, I will render those episodes of the bowling train and get those prepped for release. Not just for release, but publication. I wonder what the max is you could grow in this game. Oh my god. Is that really the max? My god, I'm even taller than the buildings now. Look at this. What kind of destruction? Let's see if I'm powerful enough to wreck the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay, what if I try to walk on it? Nope.
Source: radar. Impact: flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Killeen, Copper's Cove, Parker Heights, Fort Cavazos, Kempner, Stillhouse Hollow Lake, Topsy, and Rumley. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. And Fort Worth has issued a flash flood warning for northeastern Ryland County and central Texas, southern Robertson County and central Texas until 8:30 p.m.
Okay, sounds like this might be it.
At 5:20 p.m. Central.
5:20. Yep, that's the time.
Thunderstorms producing heavy rain from the area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: impact: flooding of
So, while I could turn myself into a giant, I can't really destroy these bridges. Buffalo's in a marginal today. Oh, wow.
The service in Buffalo has issued a severe warning for Erie County until 7:50
Oh, is that the builder? Should be the builder. Better get away. Yep, here's the builder.
Center, and more. Erie Basin.
New Bay Bridge implosion. Alright. That is all the Amtraks that we need to see. Now let's continue catching up here. We still got a long way to go. As I said, we are slowly but surely. Do I have WRC in there twice? WDRC.
Shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Stations in the
And there you go. You can see Better run away. One final blow. Okay, good enough. Now that weekly I'll take care of
From Windows.
probably when it goes on break.
4:14 p.m.
Alright. And now, where is this watch probability for? Okay. We'll see who that will alert for later. Now it's time for Beat the Bridge. Okay, Beat the Bridge is going on its final break. There's still some catching up going on here. Almost caught up with these products. As I left my station going for a while. Alright, let's pick another. Oh, we wait for Beat the Bridge to come back. Why don't we go to the doghouse thing?
Secret conversation from a distance. So try.
The National Weather Service in Jackson has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Carroll County in north central Mississippi, southern Grenada County in north.
Are you sure about that?
Western Montgomery County.
Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'm very sure. Okay, forget it.
Radar indicated impact hit damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be here in Jefferson around 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Grenada around 6, 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Springs around 6, 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Elliott around 6, 20 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Newcastle around 6, 30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lower floor of a building.
Those who trusted the industry with so wings like wings. Blood fans. Congratulations, graduates, from Los Casinos Mexican restaurant. Respect, compassion, and friends. You should expect what you will find. We have
and they're still issuing more. Go before it stops. All right, then. Let's go ahead and add in Murillo. All right, I do have some catching up to do.
Hail. Source, public. Impact. People and outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage. Siding, windows, vehicles. Tree damage. Damage is also likely to homes and buildings.
County of Maine, Central Texas. Northeastern Indiana County of Maine, Central Texas. County of Maine, Central Texas. Until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 6:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time. After the thunderstorm was located in the northeast county until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 6:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Thunderstorms producing extreme
All right, back to tic-tac-toe. Okay, we're on top in terms of new products, but we're still falling behind on the video. But regardless, we are keeping up. Let's go and move on to another game now. We're going to wreck the logos. Yeah. Windows 2002. That's not even real, isn't it? Would be nice if Windows 2002 was a real thing. I guess in some way it could be called an update to XP, but
Expect Win 423. Issued 423. National Weather Service in the National Weather Service in Cleveland at 524.
and there's Windows 11. But yeah, setting up tomorrow's Outlook is going to be, of course, pretty critical because I know Microsoft is going to make me update at some point in the next few days to the next version on the Insider program. But now the but but now the only question is when are we going to make the changes? I mean that update takes a long time to download and install. So I'll probably just wait until later. I see another slight risk is in the forecast. Saturday, maybe. I'll wait till another quiet weather day before we make the switch. But you know what? We could make the update during the off time. All right. So, to keep things current, here's what I'm doing. I'm going to stop getting new products for right now live and let any products that are being received go through. I will go back on those products when I'm fully caught up. In fact, I'll do that when we're done with Bingo Blitz, because I actually told my mother about what was asked on Person Place for Fing today, during the first commercial break of Beat the Bridge. And of course, I didn't want to tell her because I wanted to see it for herself. So, yeah, so I wanted to see it for herself. As I know she's into that show. She's into that game show as much as I am. Alright. Is it coming back already?
National Weather Service and state
Alright, wheels coming back. I'll just let you stare at the Xbox logo. Okay. Mad Crystal. MSOS. Here's a better version. All right. Wheel is going on another break, and we are almost there. And I mean literally. This comes after this. Was there something at 512 I forgot to go back on? There was, wasn't it?
The National Weather Service in Paducah knows. Be a room on the noise.
Yeah, I don't think I got that far. That's what I thought. Okay. Let's continue playing catch up now. And then I'm going to get to rendering those episodes after this is done. Okay. Here we go then. Starting with Williamson.
Nicotine addiction is no joke. Support system.
All right. So we're done with our shows. So now that we're all caught up with everything, and we've once again agreed to push Flipside back to tomorrow, I'm finishing the catch-up game here by going back on some other things. 7, 6, 5. And then we rewind 5 minutes to hear the siren. The siren test, because this is the first Thursday of the month. Yep, here was the start of it. Here's the start of it. God damn it. This was the start of the siren test. Like, this is when Carney normally does it. Now they just expanded it again. Oh, God. I knew she would get a kick out of that. That's what I'm finding more interesting. Okay, any more? Hood, Somerville. Oh, there was the severe thunderstorm warning I never went back on. That I got. That's it then, I believe. So we'll go back on that right now. I hope she's enjoying it. Of course, they had to save the best one for last. Wait a minute. Did that even sound like Pittsburgh? Let me listen again. It did. Alright, let's continue down the list. And Grimes and that severe thunderstorm warning we can easily go back on. I knew she would. Wait a minute. Bozier and Cato? I hope John took that. He did not. Wow. What is going on with you, Detroit?
Weather Service in Detroit. Pontiac has issued a special beach to Port Santa Lick, Michigan. Lake Huron from Harbor Beach to Port Santa Lick 5 miles offshore to Oz Canadian border. Lake Huron from Port Santa Lick to Port Huron 5 miles offshore to Oz Canadian border. Port Santa Lick to Port Huron, Michigan until 10:30 p.m. At 8:24 p.m., strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 20 nautical miles southeast of Cibo to 31 nautical miles southeast of Quantico to 26 nautical miles northwest of New Baltimore, moving northeast at 40 knots. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly
Time 6.
Santa Lick and Lexington around 9:10 p.m. Lakewood around 9:20 p.m. Other locations impacted by strong thunderstorms include White Rock and Rickmanville. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Weather Service in Detroit. Pontiac has issued a rain warning for Detroit River, Lake St. Clair, Open Lake South portion, St. Clair River, until
Well, in that case,
at 8:22 p.m.
and quickly,
Strong thunderstorms will be near p.m. Your bridge around 8:50 p.m. Forest shores and around 8:55 p.m.
New Baltimore and Metro East Metro were rated around 5 p.m. St. Clair, Florence Old was around 9 p.m. Algonac around 9:20 p.m. St. Clair around 9:25 p.m. Moved to St. Clair until weather centers. Stone one or southern coastal areas and northwestern Louisiana, southern Central Canada and northwestern Louisiana, northwestern and northwestern Louisiana, and southern
They failed.
Signing for entries. Locations actually include 44, City, Greenwood, Blanchard, Stonewall, Gilsters, Eastwood, Forbing, Failure, Space, Lower Town, Ferguson, Lee Crosby, Flake, Pearson, Montauk, and Kingston. Shelford and Youngos, and St. Louis. Service in Shortland has issued a flash for morning for Southern South County and Central Texas until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7 spots in Central Daylight Time, Buffalo is including thunderstorms during some heavy rain across the northern area. The town will end 3 inches of rain has fallen. Additionally, the following is not 60 inches of closing it's going to fall the rain warning for including Michigan waters the last year, rivers and working into Pento MPM. At 8:20 p.m. Strong storms were located along the line within 16 miles northwest of West Street and northwest of West Street. Northwest of Mineral and northwest of Military. Irving is 30 34 greater. Source radar. Impact. Critical enemy damage. Waves. Strong storms will be Monroe Harbor. Also around 6:40 p.m. Like healing the surprise. Against you. You don't believe that 45 p.m. One not like or late 50 p.m. Other locations impacted by strong thunderstorms in Georgia and Virginia. Sunny point. Beach or date. Move the same in front of what they're considered.
Public Friday 5-5. Actually going in.
Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expecting damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expecting damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include River City, Lyman, Sibley, Valley, Wayne, Dixie, Shelby, Eastwood, Fosters, Evergreen, Bellevue, Princeton, Gilmore, Gilmore, Bushwood, Curtis, and Ron. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows.
Let's try this again.
Between 1 and 3 inches of rain has fallen. On these southeastern forecasts, storms fine down or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, like a troubling cloud. Impact, flooding with small creeks and severe in areas. And other causes as well as other foreign drainage. The National Weather Service in Austin and San Antonio has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern central daylight showers on west of Lake Victor or 9 miles northwest of Vernon, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size 17 to 15 miles per hour. Source, radar indicated.
Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near Lake Victor around 7:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud to ground lightning are occurring with this storm. You have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Central Williamson County until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:24 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorm was located over Sun City or near Sierra Anita, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. Wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, sidings, and trees. Locations and seasons include Woodmore, Georgetown, Granger, Sierra and Andrew, Atoll, Bartlett, Liberty, Gerald, Weir, Georgetown Dam, Sun City, Fian, Walker, Flutter, and Jones. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Large hail, damage.
All right. One more thing before we go on. I did not check earlier, but of course we need to check and see if WETA Classical tested. They better have. They better have tested. So we are for sure caught up. I've already got an idea for next week. For tomorrow's random character. Oh, it just moves it around automatically. This one moves up and down, and this one goes left and right. Yeah, that one goes left and right. This one goes up and down. Why don't we put in everything else while we wait for it to complete? Looks like they don't express any interest in watching Steel this time. All right. So while we're waiting here, all right. Monroe, please actually tone it this time. Because I know damn well that Shreveport is not doing upgrades. Wow, John really just took Shreveport off of his monitors. What a disgrace. What an absolute disgrace. Oh, is it done? Alright, if we see that long pause, then they tested. As I expected.
Up next, but first, the test of the system.
They went at 10:48 this morning. Alright. Where are my audio options? And it just crashed. That's great. But I can go to the settings and completely mute the game. That's mute. So we can temporarily mute it. Alright, now let's take care of WETA Classical before we march on any further.
WTA Classical. The music of Sibelius and Haydn and Johann Sebastian Bach up next. First, the test, the emergency alert system.
They could have done that before that little ad or whatever.
Now, music of Johann Sebastian.
Okay, there we go. Got everything we needed. Oh, John did put Shreveport in. Thank you. Preparing to recycle. There is supposed to be a confirmation because it is not coming from the because it is not from the hard drive. Waiting for confirmation. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, I am. I don't need it anymore. What if I just say no? Well, too late. It's gone. Alright. Now to return this SD card to its rightful place. Roll out the Discord update, and I'll close out StreamWriter. And I have not seen QBE tests in recent weeks, so I have a fear now that they may have stopped streaming alerts like a lot of other stations have done. So then if that's the case, then we're stripping QBE off our monitors. Wait, that's 54. Alright, now let's turn the volume back on the game. Looks like that audio panel was broken for now. But I do have an easy fix for it. That is to go to Details, locate Explorer, and restart. Because that audio thing should be tied to the Explorer shell. And there we go. Restarting the shell fixed it. So. So, once we get these final things in their places, then we are ready to move on to our next game. And then later tonight, when this is all over, and then we do have one more task to take care of tonight. That is to export those bowling train episodes. Alright, and I think this is all current stuff. Alright. So this was the Marine warning from Detroit. Yeah, I wanted my mom to see Person, Place, or Thing for herself. Alright. We're just about there. Alright, now it won't show the... Now it's not going to show that little... Well, I guess I spoke too soon. I wonder where Drew is. Okay. And we'll just zoom in on here.
Hail. Hazard. Immobile. Locations impacted.
Cut that part out. And then if we scroll back, I don't really know where to put this.
At 9:38 a.m.
Because this came within the 10 o'clock hour. We're just going to throw WETA right here. And then we'll just zoom it in. And finally, we are all caught up. Oh, there was that video of that HP computer being upgraded from Windows Vista to 7 and then from 7 to 10. Alright, now let's pick a freeway to drive today. What road have we not done yet? I don't think we did I-29, so let's do that one. Alright, so we're doing I-29.
Hazard. 16 miles per hour. Ghosts. Source.
Welcome to North Dakota. Be legendary. Be legendary, North Dakota. Interstate 29 ends. Welcome to Manitoba. Manitoba, Canada.
Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning.
Alright. Add this guy in.
County in
Alright, let's go through. Alright, let's go ahead and head through customs. And let's begin.
damage to roofs, siding, and trees.
All right, let's go.
Built 800 Lake Congo Dam, Chateau Woods, Ferry, and Evergreen. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
There we go. Why was I in search earlier? Oh, I see. All right, let me add this in. All right, let's get on our merrily way.
or 9
All
miles
right.
of length. Northeast at 10
I
miles
went
per
ahead and
hour.
rendered all 25 of those episodes. I'll start the upload process along with catching up any further.
Locations impacted include Lake Victor, Joppa, Watson, Sunlane, Briggs, and Shading Road. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning.
Bring this down. See if I can wreck this pier and make it collapse. All right. Yeah, that's enough bridge destruction there. All right, let's head to the Cal now. And then when I come back, I will get those episodes. I will get those episodes uploaded. All right, let's find a spot. And I did send a few videos over from the iPhone as well. And if I counted up correctly, this should bring the runtime to. This should bring the video's runtime to about 3 hours. Or I can wait till later and then upload the severe weather compilation and the bowling train episodes together and just do them all at once. Not sure if it'll be a smart idea or not, but I'll try at least. Okay, so for the time being, I am all caught up once more. So I am caught up once more for the time being. So I'm gonna let you all sit back and enjoy the trains now while I go munch on some popcorn, and then we return. When I do return, then we'll move on to another exciting game. All right. I have returned from my popcorn break now. We got a few more things to catch up on here before we proceed to our next game. Starting with this one.
Minor damage, planting, and trees is possible. In Texas, Jeff Smith and Olga.
think I might have gotten ahead of myself again. Whatever's last. It's last week's stuff.
Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive off on the road.
All right.
Issued a severe thunderstorm warning for South Central Morehouse Parish, Eastern Louisiana, Southwestern East Caron Parish, Northeastern Louisiana, Northeastern Richland Parish, Northeastern Louisiana, South Caron Parish, Northeastern Louisiana, and
Windows will happen.
moving east at 15 hazard 60 miles per hour with gusts and quarter-size hail. Radar hail damage to the vehicle is expected. Expect wind damage to this severe thunderstorm will be here. Central Daylight Time. This forecast. Minor and flooding will occur.
That's lovely.
Stage tomorrow morning to a crest of 36.8 feet tomorrow evening. In Wilmington, stage early Saturday morning. First stage is 32 feet. Flood history compares to the previous crest of 36.8 feet on stage 468. HTTP
Oh, would you look at that? A weekly that's not supposed to have attention headers at all. But he adds them anyway. No. Oh, I made it even as this thing. Is that it? Yep, that's it. All right. I'm not even gonna bother doing WTO1 because I can easily do it on Amarillo stream because they can do it right. Unlike other forecast offices. All right. Let's destroy a city now. Here we go. That turns the music off in the game. So it doesn't turn off all the sounds, so I can turn the music off on it. So hey, you know I can play my own music. So I can go here and just. I don't think that's the one we're looking for. Watch likely 80%. Where for? Much of Oklahoma.
Reading on television outlets or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The National Weather Service in Amarillo has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Desert County to 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:12 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles northwest of Hereford, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour with gusts and maple-sized hail. Source: radar indicated. impact.
Well, in that case,
Citing a treaty is possible.
Oklahoma joining in.
Practice includes Hereford. For your protecting room to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Repeat, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Jeff Smith, Texas. The severe thunderstorm warning for South Central Oakland County is canceled. The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm.
Hey, that should be it then.
Affect until again.
I'm getting Oklahoma ready. We look at the 6 hours. Let's see. Yep. We have another overnight event on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. How long have they got until they issue the watch? How long have they got? They have until 10:45. All right. So, in about 20 or so minutes here, I will restart my station to add the monitors in. Actually, like in less than 10 minutes, I'll actually do that. I want to make sure I add Oklahoma in before this all starts. So that includes all of Norman. What the heck? How did that happen? Ah, never mind that. Oh my god, it's falling towards the building. Yeah, I don't think the walls can take it anymore. We're literally disintegrating this power station. Wonder if I can blow these two things up. There we go. My car is literally tied. Wasn't the outcome I was expecting, but let's go. Let's get out of here. There we go. I got the car to break free from the gas station. Under construction. Thank you. As we collapse the second floor. Now let's get out of here. Now let's fly this helicopter and get out of here. If I even know how to fly this damn thing. I can't have it chop off a lamppost. What a shame. Alright, how do we come in for a landing again? It's just gonna remain there in midair. Alright, let's jump on a plane. Went too fast. Alright, we're in. Let's go. We're flying an airplane. Oh, we were. Damn it. Forgot the commands were to take off and land. Oh, oof. God dang it. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Forget it. Let's just go. Let's just go wreck the heck out of the pier. Let's try to ride the Ferris wheel while it's falling down. Let's have a fun ride down. Oh my gosh. That was a fun ride we just had. That was a fun ride we just had inside of this Ferris wheel. Now we'll let it disintegrate as it soaks in the salty blue water. Or fresh water, whatever. Ooh, a hotel. Let's disintegrate it too. It's not working. Nobody made these buildings indestructible. Someone made these buildings indestructible since the last time we were here. They're invincible now.
Herman.
Let's try to fly this helicopter. I get another chance at flying a helicopter. Okay, then I guess we can at least. Okay, then I guess we'll try to drive this helicopter down the street. Let's drive the helicopter down the street. What can go wrong with driving a helicopter? How come the blades aren't slicing the wood? I mean, whatever is in its path would probably be destroyed by now. Whatever's in its path is pretty much wrecked by now. Okay, we had fun. Let's get rid of it. Ooh, let's get rid of this half-finished building. Now this is what I call true demolition. Taking down each and every floor, one by one, until there's nothing left. This is what controlled demolition is about. Yeah, we're breaking it down all right.
Louisiana, southwestern East Carroll Parish, northeastern Louisiana, Northwestern Madison Parish, northeastern West Carroll Parish, northeastern Louisiana, until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Oak Ridge, or 11 miles north of Rayville, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard: all size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source: radar indicated. Impact: people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows. Your thunderstorm will be near. That's around
This is a whole different one now.
9:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Darnell around 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Monticello around 10:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following parishes in Louisiana: Moorhead, Richmond, and West Carroll.
Alright, now to Waco.
County in Central Texas until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:41 p.m.
The
Central
Corporation.
Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Kansas, northeast at 15 miles per hour. Hazard: ping pong ball size hail at 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source: radar indicated. Impact: people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs and vehicles. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Severe thunderstorm near 45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Josie and Rugby. Protection inside the structure and stay away from windows. Noise. The following county.
Oh, then we start playing again. Okay, let's do that now. Oh, it's too late. Alright. Once the watch gets issued for Oklahoma, this will start the next compilation. Now, once that happens, the next compilation will begin.
Live on flooded roads.
Let's disintegrate the rest of this crane. I guess bricks are no match for Thor's hammer, aren't they? Ready to capsize this vessel? Let's go. And let's feel the sinking from the second deck. All right. Let's try to drive the public transit bus as the bridge collapses. I can also drive a bus in the water, apparently. I guess that leaves us with one more plane. Alright, I guess that leaves us with one more plane to try and fly. There we go. Now we got it. Okay, how do we turn? Oh, that's right. Oh, no, 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 no. We're literally flying an airplane. We are flying an airplane. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. And by the way, as I continue to edit this thing, let me tell you something. My mother actually liked that person placer thing episode. She actually really enjoyed it. And I knew she would. In fact, she said that a lot of the questions that came up, she knew basically right away. She knew a lot of the game show questions right away. And then in that second round, the thing was actually a TV show. And then after everybody asked their yes/no question, and Melissa gave them the clue. In fact, I can actually go and tell you what the clue was. It was about
At 7:43, hazard daylight time. At 7:54,
the clue was actually
at Luxembourg Hotel. At 7:56,
and the clue actually was about the let's see, yeah, it was a show that featured a son with the baby's face in it, and when that clue came up, I knew straight away. Wait a minute, that watch was for all of State College, literally? I did not know that, but whatever. But anyway, when that clue came up, I knew the answer right away. And of course, it was Teletubbies, a show that I remember. That was a show I grew up with back in the day.
service to the Amarillo. At 9:22 p.m. At 9:47 p.m. Morning, the rainfall. Texas.
Yep. But yeah, like I said, I knew it straight away once the clue came up.
Daylight at 9:12
Yeah, straight away we all knew the answer.
p.m. Storm warning for
So yeah, a lot of us knew the answer straight away. As I said, right as the clue came up. That's the earliest that we figured it out. That was on that second one in round 2 especially. But then all those game show questions, just like what I had just mentioned, I knew them all straight away. And my mother was just telling me about that and how she and I, well, she was already quite an adult by then, but she was telling me that a few of my older cousins, but anyway, yeah, she actually told me that a few of my older cousins actually grew up watching that show, and then I did too. And then she asked me about some other old favorites that I enjoyed. One of them popped into my head right away. The Thomas and Friends, and of course she also mentioned about the Dave and the vehicles. Oh yeah, the Here Comes the Train or Their Train, whatever it is. Yeah, There Goes a Train and There Goes a Bus. Those two in particular. So clicking all of WHSU channels. But yeah, she told me about those. Oh yeah, and of course the last thing she mentioned was Baby Einstein, which now I actually know what happened to the Baby Einstein company that made all these things, all these films back in the day. And I forgot to tell her about the There Goes a Train and Bus specifically, but I did mention Doolittle and Neptune, which, as you all may well remember, those were the two that I grew up with. Yeah, I grew up very well with those two. Um, yeah, with those two, I grew up with those very well. So, yeah, I grew up with those two, quite frankly, very well. But anyway, what? Why is all this wood here if I'm not allowed to chew anything? Let's. Why don't we watch this video of Barney the Cockatoo before we go on to the before we move on to the finale? Don't chew on that stuff. Oh, I see the Daily Dose of Internet video I did not see. Now we're going to take care of those videos tonight as well. Actually, we'll take care of Daily Dose of Internet right here, right now. Oh no, Jason Myers.
Says he's not taking the blame for it either. Did you set him up for the table already once before?
This was the mooring video I did not see.
Hey, you just poked a hole in it, Barney? No, it didn't get on your feet. Come on, how about we get out of here now? Come on. Here, take Pugsley. Come on. Come on, take Pugsley. Come on.
Birds like that are quite difficult to train.
What? Let's go. You just poked a hole in the rug?
Yeah, because he just takes that thing. Let's see it again.
Hey, you just poked a hole in it?
That's how destructive cockatoos can be. There was Southern PA's short video. I see this guy was a little late in getting the weeklies up. Ooh, I don't like where that's placed. I have a feeling if that falls over, it's gonna be busted. Very busted. Thank you, Nissan, but I'm not interested in your vehicles. Oh, well, great, Barney. Now you're gonna. Great, now he's gonna have to buy a brand new rug. He's gonna have to buy a brand spanking new rug. He's gonna have to buy a brand freaking new rug now. How insane is that? There he goes. Taking that little guitar up to his cave or something. Trying to play the guitar with his beak. Right, and then this thing here. Yep, May 2nd. This was today. You got a 12247A in its original box. Plus, there was an issue with it and he fixed it.
Audible? Be quiet. So, yeah, I'll have to replace the speaker in this, I guess. See, it was made in February of 1998.
98.
If Radio Shack? No, that's 247A with the original box. And now, I'm not sure if my weather forecasting office is going to do the weekly test.
But they did do it despite the risk, but there was nothing. Okay.
The National Weather Service have a
I'll finish the rest later. Alright, let's go.
to 10 miles northwest of Wyoming and Cosmic 9 miles northeast of Pampa, moving at 35 miles.
There was the frame from the builder. No.
Impact, minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees is possible. Locations impacted include Codman, Canadian, Laura, Briscoe, and Mama. For your protection,
In volume on 23 and 20.
Gray, Hemphill, Roberts, and Wheeler.
That's 23H2. And then there's 24. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to have to update to 24H2 very soon. Alright, we're caught up again, but then what's this?
God, make me do this, Scott.
Jason Myers face reveal. Lovely. Very lovely. And what's this? Lucy says, I want to play computer. Stunt stings. Stunt stings. Oh, there goes my car. And cars like always. Yep. Of course, following not only the severe weather event in Texas and Ohio and those places, but I already got a quarter of the way. What? Yep. And I've also got a quarter of the way done with episodes of the upcoming third season of the Bowling Train series. Yep, that's right. I filmed the first 25 episodes today. I've already exported all of those, and now all I just need to do is get those uploaded and scheduled. And then tomorrow, after I take care of one more assignment for college for the week, I'll try to film 25 more. The first set in between Pictionary and Jeopardy, and then the second round will be between Jeopardy and Beat the Bridge and all that other stuff. More and more and more, yes.
C was
Made in February of 1998. And then, of course, was watching all those comic pen clips of the random characters. Boy, I'm already getting great inspiration for another random character for for tomorrow's random character thing.
They didn't do it yesterday. I don't know why.
Well, should
And
be
now
fine.
they go either way today because even though there is a risk for severe thunderstorms, doesn't always stop this office, which is
getting paid
NWS
that
FFC. If you don't
Thursday. Should be Friday.
always stop this office, which is FFC. If you don't know, does not always stop FFC from testing it, even if there's a slight risk from the SPC.
Same thing applies to Wilmington, Ohio. They also like to test even if there's a slight risk. Yeah, I don't know why, but that's what they like to do.
speaker on the Bluetooth for a second. So here's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Updating from iOS 13 to 14. Time lapse. I've been watching a bit of Computer Guy 96 again. The update was successful. Yeah. An iOS update. Installing Windows 98 10th Anniversary Edition. No, I've been watching a bunch of Computer Guy 96 earlier. A lot earlier. Specifically one about the end of support for Windows Vista and what he did to his HP desktop tower from 2008. And we upgraded that to Windows 7. Then he upgraded that from 7 to 10.
I'm going to be clothing of the
2 miles.
It kept going up and up and up. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, some pretty weird behavior with some old technology like that.
I got Oh, that's what I was gonna do. So I'm gonna go to T Life. See how if I have a bill or not. So one up or down. Oh my gosh. I don't know what the heck.
And now let's instead drive a police car now.
Wait a minute. Holy crap, it's almost been a month and I haven't even gotten T-Mobile yet. What the heck?
Haven't yet gotten a bill from T-Mobile. That's right. That's right. We're now in May, which means the warm weather is just about here. Yes.
They're going very good this year.
Yes, they are.
Wait, is there rather like
Well, that's actually in that well that was actually southeastern Michigan. That was earlier today. But right now it's southern Texas that's getting stuff. Meanwhile, my police car is at hyper speed.
Let's live in Ontario. There's still snow in Ontario. Oh, it's gonna be 58 degrees tomorrow here.
But meanwhile, we'll be in the 60s for a little while before we really jump up to the 70s.
Yeah. But when you're really summer,
Yes.
that's okay because in July I'm taking a vacation and staying in a hotel somewhere down even on south of here because I want to. And I'll do that. And cottages up where I am are booked. So unfortunately I cannot go to a cottage this year.
But good thing I registered for fall classes on literally the moment my priority registration date came.
A lot of messages.
Lots of them.
For you, Plainfield.
All right.
Combo you got in the Duo Classic since you played it the last time.
My goodness, I haven't played it in forever.
A severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles southwest Cappy, 14 miles northwest of India, winds at 30 miles per hour. Hazard force radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to siding and trees. Happy, severe protection.
I'll be back.
Okay.
West of India, winds at 30 miles per hour. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to city and trees. Interior room. The voice of the National Weather Service. Good view from villages. An advisory is in effect. Severe thunderstorm that been issued at 7:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm watch number 2 PM observation temperatures. Becoming mostly
Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions for development of severe weather, including large damage winds and close to the watch area. While severe weather conditions should be changed, later stay stated to the weather radio, and then locally weather information. Severe thunderstorms will be effective on a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio, and latest weather information. The National Weather Service in Lubbock, Texas has issued a severe source. Radar indicated damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to and trees. Happy. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. The radio station, WNG561, the voice of the National Weather Service in Lubbock.
Try to align my truck with the rails. As now my high rail truck has been derailed. Oh gosh. That freight train literally came up right behind me. That's really how much fun this game can get. When it comes, this is Crashtown Game Thing. That's what this is called. Yes, that's literally the name. Well, that and of course there's even real functioning trains in this game too. Nope. I just noticed I've derailed again, but I'm still moving forward. But I could still go full speed. Or not.
Like that. You scratch things and slow them, and then they just point to the result.
Yeah, I like the Goat Simulator. Oh, and what's even better, I can even ride on the trains. Yep, I can even ride on the freight trains, and well, I can ride on top of a passenger train like it's a Subway Surfer game. Like it's the Subway Surfers mobile game. It's fun to do here, but in real life it's dangerous. I mean, I've seen so many stories about Subway Surfers in New York City all over the news over there. I don't know if I've seen any cases of people being stupid enough to do that in Chicago. I sure hope not. Well, yeah, because New York City has the MTA subway system like Chicago's CTA.
Yeah.
No, it's like that. Yep, and I can recognize that sound very well. That Bejeweled game I remember playing both on my old iPad and of course on their what the heck was that brand?
Game computer. Watch that. I don't know if I'm on level or something. I don't know.
And especially, I was about to say, yeah, I remember. I especially remember playing it on, of course, my older one of my older iPads, and well, when it was still in service, and of course on those little tablet on those little tablet devices at Red Robin. Yeah, at our local Red Robin.
Yeah.
And let's see, Chili's has their own system. Applebee's, I think, does. And I found out Texas Roadhouse has that kind of system now. They act the there's like digital payment devices or tablets, whatever they are, at each table, and you could I mean when you and then after you get the bill for your food, you could if the customer wishes to pay with a credit card, well, with a card or payment card, whatever, they can just pay from the device right there at the table, and you can even play games on there because there's also games built into the software. So yeah, I remember playing a bunch of those little games on there at of course my local Red Robin.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about the. We'll go ahead and talk about the little bit of that. We'll go ahead and talk about that Red Robin. Yeah, we'll go ahead and talk a little bit about that Red Robin right now. Right after we fly out of the map. Yep, it's flying down to the bottom of the map where there's no land. Yep, where there's nothing to land onto. And then it just fall right off of the world right then and there. Okay. Now, getting to that Red Robin I was talking about. There aren't that many Red Robins left here in the Chicagoland area. The closest Red Robin is actually up here in on the north side of Plainfield, just off of State Route 59 and 127th. Let's see if I could find pictures. Here we go. We have some pictures of the place. See what pictures. The little tablets like these. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, it's those little device yeah, it's those little devices there. But this is not the this is not the kind that our local Texas Roadhouse has. Because if we pull that up, and if we go here, I mean, we were just there last weekend, and it was for my mother's birthday. And if you all may remember, I told you all about the story, my experiences while I was there. They introduced twisted cheese sticks, and I tried them out, and I even rode the saddle for my mom because that's how Texas Roadhouse celebrates a person's birthday. So if they're coming to celebrate a birthday, that person can decide how they want their birthday to be celebrated. So by default at the Texas Roadhouse, oh, that's not right. So by default, and let me tell you, I have not, and I mean, we have not been to Buffalo Wild Wings in a long time, and if I recall when I was there, I think we had to wait like about 10, 15 minutes before we could even. I think we ran into that problem at one point and then we just gave up. Yeah, yeah, I think we ran into that problem at one point and then after that we just gave up. And then after waiting and then after considering it was that long of a wait, we just gave up and went somewhere else for dinner, lunch, whatever. Yeah, it's such a shame what the industry has become now. Such a shame. But anyway, yeah, no, not video. Let's see if we can find a picture of the table. Let's see, latest. Let's see if we can find a picture with one of those devices. Oh yeah, here's the bread. That was the first thing that was served immediately as we got to the table. Yeah, the bread. Yeah, the bread was quite good. Those cheese sticks were good too, and of course the burger. And of course the burger was good as well. And I actually decided to try it with lettuce instead of just the cheese and the meat. Just yeah, instead of just cheese and ketchup, I decided to add on lettuce to it, and it was good because I mean I actually do like lettuce now since we've been having homemade salads each night, which is kind of like lettuce, which is lettuce and spinach mixed with a few chopped up bits of some of our usual favorites, including let's see, I've just added. radish to that list, and we also change it out with meat and no, not meat. Let's see what else. Carrots, zucchini, cucumber, and sometimes we add apples into the mix. Yeah, little apple slice. Yeah, apple slices. We just slice the apples and no, not on the burger. I'm talking about the salad. The salad that we have here at home each night. You know, when we have dinner and all. But yeah. And now speaking of salad, they actually had me try some Caesar salad. I believe it was Caesar salad. There was one. There was one with. There was one with dressing. There was one with dressing, and then there was another that had a special kind of dressing. My parents had me try both, and I don't think I've ever had a. I don't think I've ever had pasta salad. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, here's the. Here's what the Ziosk device looks like at the Texas Roadhouse, and then here it is at Red Robin. Now, yeah, Yum. Now, Ziosk is actually the name of the is actually the name of the company that provides these things. Ziosk. Ziosk, that's the company that provides these devices. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what it was when I saw it the first time. And yeah, these are all the providers. Looks like some Olive Gardens have it too. Chili's have had it for years. I mean, some of these chains even had these kind of devices for years. Even Cheddar's had it until the closest Cheddar's we had closed. If they're asking you to do it on a tablet, do not do it. It's an insecure way of doing it. And all the data breaches that happened last year, please don't put your data on a tablet like that because it's gonna get leaked out in the fucking internet. You probably will have to end up paying for it later. And I mean, end up getting yourself. I mean, not. I shouldn't say that. I mean, I want to see what the. Let's see if we can find the. See if we can find like the models of devices. Yeah. Okay. Looks like the images might actually be some of our answer. So yeah, the one we're seeing in this picture here, this is the Ziosk Artisan, and this is just the first time now that I'm actually learning about the different models of these Ziosk devices. And then this one was from 2014, so this one's a bit older. And this was the one that Red Robin had. Translate that to English. There we go. Um, doesn't look from the source. Doesn't look like it's. Doesn't look like it's. Well, that was actually their first model. So this was actually their first. This was actually their first model from 2014. And then this is the one that. This is actually the one that Texas Roadhouse has. Yeah. This was 2020, so yeah, this is the. But it doesn't show us what the model. It doesn't show us like the model name exactly. Much more secure that way. That way you can keep it and nobody else can see it on the internet. Yeah, and of course when we go to restaurants with these kinds of devices, we always ask for a physical receipt instead of having it delivered to our email or just email online or whatever.
sure, there's stuff to like there's stuff to like make it manageable, but it's not enough. Not enough.
Yeah,
It
just
doesn't even work anymore. Oh, and then people say, well, the ShopKit encrypt is the most secure. Yeah. Sure, maybe, but have you heard of a keylogger and why Wireshark can actually decrypt that protocol? Yeah, thought so, fuckers. I can get my HTTP2 and 3 traffic just fine with SSL keylog file variable.
but yeah, maybe it's most maybe it's something. Yeah, maybe it's something this. Maybe it's something a chain like.
AV.
I mean, I have.
It will search in entire files.
In whole entire files.
It will search exact like even though there might be false positives, it's cool to find them though.
Yeah, well, that is if we ever if I ever end up getting
That'd be cool though.
well, if we ever end up getting it, which is probably never.
You know, interesting. My computer actually had turned the option on a command line option to say, okay, turn on heuristic credit card number and social security number search. Sure enough, some of the files on this system contained like formatted strings that appeared to look like it, but that of course is false positive because I don't know what the heck they are.
Sometimes some false positive results could come up, but
It's so cool to look at because it's so cool how it works, how the whole process works.
it is.
Yeah, search by whole C folder. Like
Here we go. Products and devices. I think this is here we go. Products and devices. I think this is maybe this is where we'll get all the information.
Have you used it? Even though it doesn't perform that well, it's still pretty useful because it allows you to customize how you want it to output the results. Like for example, in Frita, they found that there was like some sort of malicious code, like Windows or something, that was put inside of there. It was also a false positive, which was extremely strange. I don't know why they did that, but it was really weird. Oh my gosh.
The Xeos device that Texas Roadhouse has is the Z Mini, according to
D Mini?
the Z Mini, according to their
Oh, Z
website.
Mini? By who?
This we're still talking Xeos here.
Oh, Z.
Yeah, and I believe I found out recently that the Chili's in Chicago Ridge I think got a new set of devices. I want to take a closer look
Yeah.
and see.
Oh, another useful tool is the virus. There's actually on that Google Play. It actually scans your device to see if there's any
Yeah, yeah, all for free, or I can just.
or malware or something like that.
But of
Like
course,
any file, like
yeah, we could just search for an individual file directly and see what antivirus flags it as which. But then of course for ultimate protection, of course we go for a third party. We go for third party like Bitdefender, which has been protecting our devices for a while. Oh no! Don't tell me that's.
is going to be sorry. I'm not agreeing with the way that antivirus softwares charge people for protecting them. I don't like that concept. I never did. It pisses me off every time.
And I see that new severe thunderstorm watch just came out. So now I'm ending severe weather event 36, and these will start number 37. So I will render it after the watch fully goes through, and then depending on how long this ends up becoming, this may be its own separate video, but we'll see. Thankfully, I got everything in just before this happened. Oh, it's playing. It's playing our newest 294 theme. Well, it was until the watch comes out. But yeah, let's see if we can find any traces of those. Oh, here's one of those two devices that they have. It's. Let's see if we can find a. See if we can get a closer look at them.
A few minutes is more like a few seconds.
All right, who's the next? Which station's gonna relay next? Let's wait a second. Let's see which one goes through next. So let's see if we can find another trace of those devices. Cheese curds. Too bad they don't serve them anymore. And there it is on WSK 85. And Stillwater.
There you go. Okay, so I guess you're analyzing the file. Excuse me? Oh, you dumbass. No, that's not what I wanted you to do.
As we get to the bottom of the list, there's their menu. I guess. Don't see.
Elections.
A40086.
Oh, I don't want to bot. Just makes it better. interesting. I haven't been out here in so dang long. What? Read bones and roll. Shit. I think I made this wrong.
I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that closing in there because that's. Oh, there's Lawson. Oh wait, we had it. All right, and then let's try a different Chili's. So let's try a different Chili's.
Product service. Save. Um. Here we go. All right. Why didn't it change my avatar? Hell, it looks ugly.
And then I know Applebee's has this system as well, as we saw. But yep, there they are. But this is from 2018 though.
Yeah. Worst part about it.
Yeah, just look at guides for Ziosk devices. And then here's some of Applebee's food, what they have in store. Haven't been back in a while actually. I have not been back to Applebee's in a while. I really would like to head back to Applebee's at some point soon.
Why do these pop on my stamp every fucking time? Cash out. I don't have a cash out.
All right, so that severe thunderstorm watch that just came out. The that's gonna start event number 37, and I will upload that. Oh yeah, we still gotta get to uploading the the bowling train episodes, and we will get to that.
The bowling train.
Yes. Yeah, it effectively was my answer to Yoshi Fan's bowling series that he did.
Oh my gosh. Ball 24. And now I'm talking sick, dude. Sure. What?
Thanks for watching. All right. That is all set and done.
Ate something tonight, but I didn't do.
So now let me go ahead and begin that process of uploading all those episodes. Close that panel so I can access the. This didn't resize right. The photos menu did not resize correctly. Same story here, huh? Okay. Alright, then I guess I'll just utilize the order then in which it all goes. I suppose the YouTube app sorts it in that order too. Alright. And I'm sure you all would like to see, or not. Oh. Oh wait, discard. I just saw Lubbock issue something. So we better quickly head to Plainview. No thanks, we're fine with Safe Farm. Located 4 miles. And then I guess also over here. And let me send this video over.
A severe thunderstorm warning for it. Spadameter acts up again today. And spadameter. It's just spadameter. Uh-oh. We'll reset this quick again. And now reset. Good. 11.8 on the odometer. That's amazing. Almost 1.25.
that new device uh, that Chili's now uses. It's actually known as Presto, which again is another company I've never heard of. But of course, the concept with their devices are pretty much the same. Yeah, that Chicago Rich Chili's I showed, that was the first one where I haven't been back to Applebee's in a while. I would like to go back someday. Hopefully. Oh my goodness, I like this picture. A black a black octopus plush in front of the restaurant.
No, 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 doing it again. Oh my gosh, it's doing it again. I'm doing it again. But I'm gonna do it again.
And then yeah, and then there's some of the menus. And then they're all you can eat sale from last year. And of course I know Raising Cane's doesn't have that kind of system. But let's look at some of the photos of this place. So yeah, we're looking to try this place again. We're looking to try this place again very soon. Especially now since there is actually going to be a new Raising Cane's going. There is actually a Raising Cane's going up where the Miller's Ale House used to be. Right here. This is where Miller's was. So instead of just renovating the building, they just demolished it. They just demolished the building and they're just rebuilding it from scratch. So yeah, Miller's Ale House permanently closed. And I don't think there's any shots yet of Raising Cane's going up. But this was August of 2024. Can't tell if this was before they opened for the day. Oh my goodness. From May of 2009. That's what looks to be what is that? Bennigan's. What is that? Bennigan's? That was a Bennigan's. Then it became Miller's Ale, and now it's gonna be a Raising Cane's. Let's see the front of it. Yeah, it's Bennigan's. I can tell Bennigan's restaurant, and it has a for sale sign, and it had a for sale sign, and then this building became Tilted Kilt. It says, and then I don't think we've ever been inside that building. And then 2017, that became a Miller's Ale. My my goodness. My goodness, they keep demolishing I mean, they're just demolishing the same modern building, and I don't know why they just demolished a pretty old building. They built a new one and then demolished that in like less than a decade. It's crazy. That is ridiculous. I mean, I can understand why. Maybe that's to fit with the new owner's design practices. Because I know they. Yeah, I mean, I do have to agree. I mean, I do find it ridiculous that yeah, that they just take down a modern building that's not even like 10 years old. It's just unbelievable. But I am. I mean, my parents are looking forward to Raising Cane's when they open. I mean, they're. I mean, we're getting. I mean, it's getting close to being open because from when we last went by, the building has actually fully went up, and they're working on the interiors now. So they're working on getting it all finalized and ready for opening.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what kind of business Raising Cane's will have because I don't think we've had that place in a long time either. I can't remember how long it's been since I've last had that. And then there was another place we haven't been to in a long time either. Wow Bao at TGI Fridays. And I haven't seen the place open, so I don't even know if the Fridays are even the TGI Fridays is even still open. Yeah, let's see if it's even still open. I think it just says Wild Out TGI Fridays now. I don't know if it's even still open.
Mm.
Oh, yep, I see it. Permanently closed. No more TGI Fridays in the Lawn of Oaks. I've only been there twice though, but at least I'm glad I tried it. At least I'm glad I gave them a try. So, but Smash Burger, oh my goodness, it was so greasy. White Castle, haven't had that in a long time either. Maybe we should end up doing White Castle at some point as well. Oh my goodness, Andy's frozen custard. I haven't been back here for ice cream in a while. Yeah, the thing with the spinning sign and sometimes the spinning ice cream cone, perhaps both. No, the Andy's frozen custard I'm talking about.
I remember I was, oh God, so little. I was a baby. Oh, I was like at a big boy somewhere like Detroit or Grand Rapids or something.
Yeah, that's the local ice cream chain in Detroit.
Big laughing my butt off so hard. It was so funny.
Yeah, just watching it spin around.
Laughing at it, spinning around so freaking like it's so goofy.
But yeah, but I mean, Andy's really does a good job at their sign. I mean, they have a actual ice cream on it, and they they really do. It's this one in particular. I know there's actually another one. There's actually a few more. There's one in Bolingbrook. Here's another Andy's. This one's off of Weber Road. So this one's in Bolingbrook. Here, let me just zoom it in. And yep, there's the signature. There's the signature sign with the frozen custard logo and the spinning ice cream. All right, let me see if we can get back to the other ones and see what else we have. Here's another one. The same thing. Here's another one in Naperville. That's their menu, which is not what I want. I want photos of the place. Yep, there's the spinning ice cream cone. That's their signature, really. Here's one I haven't seen yet. And Andy's in Glen Ellen, just off of Roosevelt Road. And if we turn around, there it is. But unfortunately, this one does not have the spinning cone, but it does look like it's new. Let's see, when did this open? 2009, it was nothing. So it looks like something like that. So yeah, it looks like this replaced an Enterprise car dealer. So yeah, it looks like it replaced an Enterprise. So it looks like this Andy's here. It was under construction in 2018, so it looks like this is a recently opened one. And this was actually part of a new, I guess, little retail space that they were putting in. Here's a Bona right next door, and then here's the Andes. Unfortunately, this one does, as I said, this one does not have the spinning ice cream cone because it's actually a newer location. Because this one is actually a yeah. See, Franklin County is selling um, a lot of his radios, and I do kind of agree with the move he's making because yeah, I mean college is expensive. It's very expensive, and so is pretty much fast food as well. So yeah, fast food has gotten very expensive as well. I mean, I've seen, well, not just fast food, but basically everything has gotten expensive nowadays. I mean, like $7 for like just a single package of Mandarin oranges, like those cuties, for example. I mean, those are pretty expensive things now, and I mean, some of these things the average American consumer was able to afford back then that sometimes now they can't even afford at all. Yeah, as we were discussing earlier, it's such a shame what the retail landscape has become. But, alright, where do we go back? Bolingbrook Drive. This one is in. Oh, that one we looked at. Oh, here's one in Oswego. And this one I think looks new too. Yeah, that definitely looks brand new. Because I don't see any traces of the of their signature spinning cone. But let's look. Yep, there's the Andy's Place and no cone. What if we go back? 2016. So it was an LA Fitness. Oh my goodness, it's been there. It has been there since 2015, 16. And Andy's doesn't even have their signature sign. They're just probably renting out other signs. But yeah. I mean, yeah, we've been talking about a lot of stuff tonight. I mean, from the retail tablets to those other things. All right. Let me go and acknowledge all of this stuff, and then I gotta get the episodes up. The first 25 episodes, that is. That's this one. So this was everything.
Hey, get out of here. Oh knows the stupid robot is mean to me. What? What? Well, hit record and here. Oh. Oh my god! Now. Yes, TWC. Now. NTGA 2000. Get over here right now. TWC. This. Oh my god! Let's take a look at likes and over 500 comments. Oh no.
Get over here right now. See, bye. I just got a phone call from MTGAU 2000 and
Yes, it's true.
PC guy. Getting made around video. WC crazy dude.
All 11 VK ads at the same time. Oh gosh. What is there? Fuck it. What the heck? This was as of 2 years ago. And of course, there's been a lot more commercials than that. Okay, so without further ado, let's get back to what we were doing earlier. Before all that, we were uploading all those Bowling Train episodes. Right, that's what we were doing. Alright, I gotta make sure I'm matching the dates and the times of each of them. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Alright, here we go. Okay, here we go. Train episode 201. This will release at 3 p.m. on June 2nd. Add this to... Actually, I could probably just make it better if I just multitask. If I just multitask the two. There we go, that'll make it better. Alright, here we go. Okay. And then the episode that's 2 minutes in length. This will be the day after, on June 3rd. 54 seconds is episode 203. Add this to the playlist. Yeah, there's been quite some delay on these episodes. Because, I want to try to film these episodes earlier and have the entire season finished before. To complete the whole season before, anything else, like Lawn of Oaks or something. Oh yeah, with an upcoming stay in a couple weeks, I'll probably think about what other restaurants I'm looking to try. Oh yeah, I remember we were talking about Firefly Burger as one place we could possibly check out, which replaced the Red Robin at the Chicago Ridge Mall. So, as I'm scheduling each one, I'm making sure it's scheduled for June and not now. Yeah, making sure to match the episode numbers. So this is the first piece of business we're doing. I want to be sure I'm selecting the right files. So yeah, this show has come a long way since we first did it. Make sure we're getting the date correct. Wow, this thing is going quite slow. I don't know why, but it is. Okay, there we go. We seem to be picking up speed. Seriously? In the middle of uploading the episodes, it had to crash. And now we're on to 221. It sounds glitching again. Hit the back button. Alright, and then the last one. Oh, that isn't right. There we go. Alright, those episodes are done. Now I'm just gonna give them a moment for them all to process. And let me ensure that they are scheduled correctly. Doesn't let me filter my schedule. But that's dumb. It doesn't let me see all the way. Well, on mobile that is, but I can open up my main channel on PC and we can find it. So we can open this up on PC and we will be able to find the information. And as we can see, they have all showed up. And let's make sure there are no duplicates and that they are all correctly scheduled. So I just want to run down through the dates and make sure that it was all scheduled correctly. Yep. So it looks like that's good. All those 25 episodes are scheduled and are all ready to go. So just like that, we have already completed a quarter of the upcoming third season of The Bowling Train, set to premiere on June 2nd, alongside, alongside the beginning of whatever else we're going to be doing. And also, by the way, I have changed my mind. Didn't Carol Grayson Galax already test this week? I don't know. Alright. So, to conclude our broadcast here tonight, I'm going to go ahead and throw in all the videos that were to start the previous one. And these videos instead will end number 36. These will instead end 36 and will be a bridge to number 37 when we get to that. Alright, so this Comcast then will end this compilation. And then our last thing to take care of today is get the slight risk and everything ready. And I believe I just realized I missed an episode of sorts. One of my favorite ones. Oh well. Well, as I said, I say there's one episode I want to see and then I miss it. Well, that goes to show that, like I said, I was starting that I've pretty much grown out of that demographic, as I have already explained numerous times. All right, so and then backing up all those bowling train episodes will also be one of our last tasks to take care of. And then, as I said, tomorrow I am going to try to record more. We'll talk a bit more of that in a moment here after we complete this here. The watch will be a bridge.
A child abduction emergency has been issued for Sweetwater County, Wyoming.
And I am pretty sure that that product is invalid. Let's see if I can find. Oh, UUP dump, that's what I was looking for. Where was that page of Amber Alerts? I'll go ahead and delete the meal or no meal page to signal that we are finished. Oh, there's a search. Let's see. I think I lost it.